In the name of Amun Ra, the Divine Father, Mukneta, the Divine Mother. Let's do that again. In the name of Amun Ra, the Divine Father, Mukneta, the Divine Mother, Kansu Karas, the Divine Child, and all of us together, the Nectaru, the Elohim, the Anunnaki, the Arisha, the gods and goddesses, the divine people. I am Pharaoh Hekara, the sovereign ruler of the Nubian Sufi Empire, gods and goddesses, the UTBA, the United Theocracy of Black America, of Black Canada, of Black Mexico, of Black South America, of Black Virgin Islands, of the Black Bahamas, of Black Russia, of Black Asia, the Black Middle East, the entire Black planet Earth, as well as the entire Black planet Mars, the entire Black planet Venus, the entire Black planet Mercury, and all of the other black planets in this non-black planet solar system under the yellow sun, in which we collectively call Amun-Ra. To one and all I say, Heka Hotep. Heka Hotep is ancient Kemetic, and break it down like this. Heka is what is commonly referred to as magic, but we're going to call it, in our translation, God power, right? Everybody was born with God power. And Hotep is usually translated as peace. But we also going to translate that on a higher level as being an offering, right? Because when you come to offer something to somebody, you're doing it in the form of what? Peace. The Native Americans had something called what? The peace pipe, right? And so when they brought out the peace pipe, it was an offering, saying we're not beefing, we're not in a tribal beef, we want to unite, so we're going to puff the peace pipe, right? Now, I don't know if it was some ganja in that peace pipe or not. I don't know if it was just some regular tobacco in that peace pipe. But I know once that peace pipe went around a circle, everybody was irie, right? Right. So let's move forward. As the, seasons shift and change, everybody allergies start to act up. And of course, Big Pharma gonna take advantage of that to try to give everybody that jab, right? No, this is a natural energy transference within the body, right? Just like a woman has to go through her menstruation, right, to get rid of the impurities of the body, right? Because a lot of people don't understand when a woman goes into menstruation, she's becoming a virgin all over again. No matter who she been with in the past, when she goes through that menstruation, it is as if she's brand new, right? So is with the allergies and whatever coughs and sneezes that you get as we go into the shifting of planetary seasons, family, right? All that is your body going through a cleansing, right? And that cleansing might go out the nose or come out your mouth, right? Let's think about that. Before I move forward, I want to make an announcement. And I'm no longer, this is the thing about Amun Ra, right? Think about Amun Ra's. Amun Ra gives me the wisdom, right, to know how to keep things silent, right? To keep things hidden, right? Because the word, one of the outward words of Amun means what? The hidden one, right? One of the metanetas for Amun was a man hiding in a box, right? He's hiding in a box with his hands up. This is one of the metanetic glyphs, right? Or the hieroglyphic glyphs. Then the other aspect will show a woman that's pregnant, right? That's another symbol of Amun is the pregnant black woman, right? Does that mean that the black woman is God? No, it means that the black woman has God in her womb, right? Has that divine power, that God power in her womb. Well, all women that's pregnant represent that aspect of God being hidden. Where is he being hidden? In the womb of time and space, right? So some things you gotta keep hidden in the womb of your time and space, right here in your mind, right? where you count time and you contemplate space, right? We don't got to put it all the way out there. Bring it down here, right? So the raw aspect is the manifestation of that which is hidden, right? So there's a time to manifest. It is a time for that man to come out the box, right? You hear him say, I'm coming out the box on these cats, right? It is a certain time for the God to come out the box on these cats, right? And show the universe who is Lord, right? So the child has to also come out the womb at its given time. We don't know what woman is bearing a great leader. A woman can give birth to a killer or she can give birth to a healer, right, family? She can give birth to a Charles Manson over here, or she can give birth to a Rockefeller, right? She can give birth to little thug Joe down the street, or she can give birth to a Minister Louis Farrakhan, because no one knows, right? No one knows outside of that womb what the manifestation is going to be, because it is what? Hidden, right? In the ancient Kemetic inscriptions about Amun-Ra, he says that they say that Amun-Ra is even hidden to his own children, right? You feel me? So right now, I've been hiding something that I've been initiated into, so I can make sure that before I manifest, before I make Ra, right, that I was in law, right? So I want to give honors to my lodge. I am not just a Sufi that's been a man that's been a practicing Sufi since the year 1998, and initiated into two Sufi orders, the Nuraqi Jarahi order, and first it was the Numatali order, and then it was the Nuraqi Jarahi order up under my sheikh at the time, Abdullah Baba, who you may know as the prolific writer and pianist that used to work at Coca, Lawrence Gallion. And I had a beautiful conversation with him the last few days on him coming out to Venice Beach, and while I kick off the Nubian Sufi aspect of the UTBA's ministry, that if it would be an honor if he can kick off the Cosmic Sufis, which is open to all nationalities, races, or people, right? So, because we want to, as a leader, I want to be able to be a service to my people, right? But at the same time, be a service to all people, right? So I want to be a service to my people, and at the same time be a service to all races of people. That's what I'm saying. So, but where I'm getting to is that outside, or I could say, in a sort of on a solitary note, that I am also a Mason. I am also a Freemason, and so this is went through a year, close to a year, of my taking that step to want to build, to structure my life, because to me, Masonry is a way in which you can learn how to build a solid foundation. And a lot of us, especially as men, or the women, will outthink us and run circles around us, right? Because they don't just think about the idea, but they have the wisdom to put forth a structure that lasts against rain, sleet, snow, hail, and earthquake. And that is really our job. If we are the image of the Most High that we are supposed to know how to lay down structure using mathematical precision. So because everything from my record label to my film company and even to the ministry had no structure. It's like a man trying to uh, go on into the sea on a boat, and the boat uh, has no basically it does not have the integrity to stay together, right? It been driftwood before it even reached the next island, right? So so for me, masonry was a way in which, as a man, I could learn structure, and I can be of like minds and build, because to me it's about building. One of my drives to masonry started when I was 18 years old, and during a time I had a uh, I was already an activist. I was already an activist, going on television, speaking on the news, protesting on the radio, being interviewed as an artist and as an activist when I was a teenager. I'm not new to this. I'm true to this. And a circle of adepts that we call the gods, meaning conscious brothers and sisters that's studying certain things, esoteric literature, and doing positive things in the community and shining that light. Our older sister, came to me in the library. I was 18 years old, and she said, "Brother," and at the time, one of my names was Cat Mike X, right? It'd be a year. It was like '93. I was 18 years old, 1993, and the sister said, "Brother, you should join the Masons." And at the time, I didn't. I was taken aback because the the negative words and the negative connotations that I heard, I didn't want to touch that, right? Because it was all a misunderstanding. So I heard it, and I put it on the back burner because I was the type of person during 1993. They did not have internet. If you wanted to go get some knowledge, you had to do the old school and go down to the library, right? You had to go to the library and get all. I would have 20 books on the table from different religions, from Africa, ancient Egypt, and this, that, and the other. And so I had ignored that, right? Then years later, I'm in my 20s, and I got into a little situation, right? Got into a little trouble, right? So I had to get my heels cool, right? Y'all know what I'm talking about. I had to get my heels cool. So, you know, I was already practicing yoga in '96. Then I end up uh, being introduced to Sufism by the Moors, brothers in the Moor Science Temple. So in 1998, I was introduced. They had like the little jail services, and I was introduced to Sufism through a brother named Young L. He had a booklet by Bawa Muhyiddin. That's his name. And I said, "Can I see this book?" And that little booklet on Sufism tied everything that I was studying, dealing with yoga, dealing with the Kabbalah, dealing with Theosophy, Madame Blavatsky, and things that the brothers in the Nation Islam said, 5%ers, and even dealt with forms of Eastern magic or ceremonial magic. And that took me into a level of learning an inner discipline that I did not have prior, right? Because I was the person that when I started to have out of body experiences or became conscious, I was dreaming. I was doing all type of things in the astral realm that would have been considered breaking the laws of Maya, because I didn't know. Like, can I wake up? Let me try to wake up with this apple right here. Let me try to wake up with this money that is in my dream, you know? And so I was not disciplined because at the time I was in a situation that I could not access a guru. I could not access a shaman. Everything I was learning was coming to me because I was my third eye had awoken, right? And so during that time of me studying and sitting with other brothers and chopping it up and building ciphers and talking about these different planes of existence and different secret societies like the Rosicrucians and the Kabbalists and all of this. This time a white man came up to me, an older white man in his 50s came up to me. And I was going back to my room and an older white man came to me and he said, the Masons are looking for a bright, intelligent young man like yourself. And it shocked me to hear me being asked that again. I'm like 22, 23. Yep. It's about a good 5 years. A good 5 years afterwards, say 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. I was between 23 and 24. Yeah. Yep. Let me see. Yeah, this round ballpark, but I might get off the live and do the calculations. But I know I was in my 20s. And I was shocked. I said, I've been to the belly of the beast. Why would they want me? He said, that don't matter. They looking for people like you. They looking for young, intelligent, bright men like you. And I was shocked. I got my dreads hanging all the way down. You know, I got my medallions on. I got my Francis, what's the sister wrote the book called The Isis Papers, and I got those books out. I got The Black Man of the Nile and His Family, Joseph Benjamin Cannon. I got all these books, and he comes to me and say that, and I was shocked. Because at the same time, a lot of brothers, they'll say certain things in masonry, but some of them they said in positive, they said in negative, and I didn't want it because I had a misunderstanding. Just like I did not believe that magic really existed, except in the movies. So it was until I came across the Wiccans and I found out that magic was real. That magic, according to Aleister Crowley, is is change in conformity with will. Is you able to cause change in your life or your reality. You able to cause this change, and this change is moving in harmony with your will, not nobody else's will. Not a God in the sky will or a devil in the ground. Your will. This is what magic is. So I started learning about the Sabbaths and the different seasons and how to draw circles, and I started learning about ceremonial magic as well on my own practices out of a book called Modern Magic. So when man came to me and said that, it stuck in my head, right? But then I went years and years into my normal studies on Sufism and learning how to do words of power, and I started to basically teach young men that was vice lords. I start having brothers at tables. I had vice lords at the table. I had GDs at the table. I had Bloods and Crips at the table. I had Muslims at the table. I had Christians at the table. You know what I'm saying? I even had a few with white Wiccans that wanted to sit in at the tables, and I would teach a type of Sufism that touched up on alchemy, that touched up on the Kabbalah. And then the COs would come across the yard and tell me to break it up. Break it up. Break this up. You can't have these books out here, right? Because I'm the man. They'll go Esau. He got all them books. I had a box from a Sufi order in New York, sent in dozen books. I'm passing out books on the yard, and that was making them upset because they wanted to see the condition of man on a level that was beneath the feet, right? That was beneath the feet, and so I said, you're not messing with the persons over here that's making hooch in their cell. You're not messing with the person over here who's selling these dudes, these young dudes. They raping these dudes and they selling them on the yard as women. You're not messing, and they got Kool-Aid on their lips as lipstick. You're not messing with none of them. You're not messing with the person that's got drugs coming in over there. They got people bringing them drugs. You're not messing with none of them. But you're messing with the God that's unifying people and get knowledge out so they could be better productive citizens in society, and they can go out and they can be better men to their women and better men to their children. You're not messing with nobody else, but you mess with Esau. So I started filing paperwork and busting their heads with paperwork. That's when I started learning about law. And I started filing paperwork and busting their heads. And that's when I started going through my persecution as Esau. That's when I started getting thrown on a cross. That's when I started getting situations where my father had got killed and I was not allowed to go leave out and go see his funeral. And before I was to return back, that's when I was so fighting for the rights of men to improve themselves that when my mother died, I was denied the right to go see my mother and pay my last respects. So yes, we do have some lawsuits in effect. So when I got into that state, when I would say, St. Louis, I'm here, I'm home, I started to round brothers and sisters up. I said, come to my apartment where I had with me and my big sister. And I had brothers and sisters in 2007 fill up me and my sister's tiny apartment on the south side off of Chippewa. And I had brothers and sisters from different schools of thought. I had brothers that was a Hebrew, sister that was into the Nawabi, and a brother over here that was into the Nation of Islam, or sister over here that was into the Asar Said or the Kemetic. We had different individuals coming in as the Sufi teacher. Right? I stood in the circle. I stood in the cipher, right? And I let everybody go and let me know their name, let everybody know their name and what school of thought they represent, right? And then once they let everybody know what school of thought they represent, right? Then I tied in with Sufism, or what I consider as alchemy, right? So the brothers did security, and the sisters did not have I don't like this B. Who is this B? The sisters worked as what? Sisters. And the sisters cooked the food for the brothers. I say the sisters, they cooked the food, went in my kitchen, got stuff off the counter, and they cooked my food for the brothers. With a smile on the face. No attitude, only gratitude. And they serve everybody, right? Sometimes when we had this is the beginning of the Nubian Sufi services outside the belly of the beast. The Nubian Sufi empire was started even before the belly of the beast, because I had the blueprints for the belly of the beast in 1994. Until I joined the Black Panthers. I joined the Black Panther Party at the end of 1995, and that's how I became targeted by the powers that be. So I joined the Black Panther Party. I met Bobby Seale at St. Louis University in 1995, and that's when they went after me. And it removed me. So I would not have been able to do what I'm doing today, right? But even though I went through the lion's den like Daniel, right? Even though they threw me in a fire like they did Abraham, the lions did not touch me and the fire did not consume me. I came back to St. Louis and did what I did before the beast set me up. At that time, I was known as Heru, which means the light in ancient Kemetic. The Heru became Esau. The light became Jesus or Yahshua. So, as we was gathering brothers in the year 2007 and reforming the Nubian Sufi movement, I started to teach brothers and sisters the science of Ptah, the science of how you can, in your mind, visualize what you want and speak it into existence, right? Visualize that new car that you want and visualize the car in your mind, right? Feel the texture of the seat. Feel yourself, see yourself driving it, and don't think about you on a bus right now. Move the bus reality out the way and visualize yourself rolling in that Cadillac. Rolling in that drop top Cadillac, STL ball cap, drop top Cadillac, right? And that's the science, and once they did it, they start seeing the magic happen, family. Just like when I was teaching brothers on the yard, I said, brothers, speak it into existence. This is your words of power as a God. Ye are all God's children of the Most High God, says Psalms 82 out your good Bible, right? Brothers and spoke they out days into existence. Come running across the yard. Oh man, I'm going home. I spoke it into existence right on the month, the week, the date, and the hour. Ah! Give me hugs and going to get their bunking jumps. That's how I became dangerous, even in the belly. Right? When the political revolutionary became a spiritual revolutionary. So as I was teaching the brothers and sisters out in the world the same science, we had did a visualization, but I was doing promotion work for my good brother Sid. This is during the same time period. And Redman was coming to St. Louis to perform at Blueberry Hill, right? And my good brother Sid Cohen was the promoter, and he had me rolling with him. But during the time he had me rolling with him, my good brother Zaki Baruti, right? He was one of the persons that came down to my Nubian Sufi classes I was having on Chippewa, St. Louis in the year 2007. Matter of fact, when the sisters was serving the food out of my kitchen, brother Zaki Baruti, he got in line twice. He didn't get in line one time. That food was so good. That Nubian Sufi food was so good. He got in the line twice. And if you see Zaki Baruti, big brother Zaki Baruti, ask him about 2007, he's going to say, yeah, I got in the line twice. But if you ask him what was on the plate, he ain't going to remember. He's just going to say it was some good soul food. Give it up to Zaki Baruti and our sister Coffee Wright. You know, Sister Coffee Wright, you didn't get to get senator, but next route, I'm going to back you because I'm going to be a congressman in California, be the grace and the will of the Most High God in his wisdom. Back to the manuscript. Because it's all leading to one theme. This is leading from what in Sufism, what we call the suluk. Suluk is Arabic for journey, right? And salik is Arabic for one who journey, or suluk also means traveler, right? Or travel, to travel. And salik is Arabic for traveler, right? So most times you say, oh, you're a traveler, man. And brothers were saying that, and I didn't know. I was just thinking it was hip. Yeah, I'm a traveler man, but I was just thinking it was hip. I didn't know it belonged to a greater reality than just me parroting brothers, right? But that's in Sufism, right? And we're going to get to the bottom. We're going to get to the deep atom of that without me, stepping outside of the law, right? Because there's laws in Sufism and there's laws in Masonry, and I got to obey both laws, right? Let's continue. Redman come to town. All the Nubian Sufis, we left our meeting that Big Brother Zaki Baruti had us. He let us have his office to do. We went from me and my sister's apartment on South Chippewa. we from there we went to having our own office space off of Delmore Union, up under the good brother Zaki Barudi. We went from there to there, right? And brothers would come in. Good brother Steve X, he's in the Nation of Islam now, but he used to show up. Not on individuals showed up, but we went from there to there. And matter of fact, I'll get to that in a minute. Because I met my Sufi Sheikh. Lawrence Gallion, when we still had the apartment services, right? And I was trying to find out were there any other Sufis in the city of St. Louis. And it just happened. I got one of them New Age magazines. I called up and then they hit me back and say, here's a Sufi, he's having classes, but you got to go through the meetup thing online. And I didn't know nothing about computers at the time. I didn't know nothing about computers. Internet, I didn't know nothing. I missed learning about all that, but I was always getting third eye visions about computers. So God was preparing me in advance to master technology that I had not had access to yet. Right? So I spoke with him, and we was getting ready to have one of our Thursday Nubian Sufi classes, and there was a knock at the door. And when I opened the door, I was thrown off because it was a white man. And then there was another white man. I said, hold on, there's two white men, you know? And this white man is one of my best friends. I consider him as one of my gurus. Is my sheikh, Lawrence Gallion, Abdullah Baba. You know what I'm saying? Heart of gold. And then he had who I would consider his Khalifa, Ghazi Mahfouz. He had a heart of gold, right? They both have hearts of gold. And I introduced my disciples to him and his disciple, right? And I found out that he had Sufi services on Morganford. So I started going to his stuff too. I started bringing a couple of my disciples. It's a brother, I forgot his name, it's tip my tongue. Brother Knowledge and Kazambe. I think Kazambe, I don't know if I'm saying his name right. It's been a long time since I remember the brother's name, but I had a Rasta brother and a 5% brother. They was Nubian Sufi disciples. And we went to his service, and he had it in his apartment, you know? And I saw it was different races of Sufis where he was concerned. Mine was we were just what you want to call African American or black people or Nubian Sufis. He had Sufis from Bosnia, from Turkey, from Iran, from, traditional white American Sufis. So it was a different spill. Then he had later on a couple black brothers came in, but it was a different view. And I gotta say, I was kind of jealous because their food was better than the food we had. I mean, they had lamb, bread, every between each one of our spiritual exercises, our zikr, our word. The sisters was bringing out chai and cookies, and man, and you get stuff in between your spiritual exercise, and it lasted for hours. We had to go out and get the smoke break. You know what I'm saying? Every 4 hours, then come back in another 4 hours and close it out. And that was a beautiful experience for me, and that's why I got my initiation into the new Tula'i order, Sufi order that was out of Iran, and then I went to California, music and whatnot. Then I came back, and he had went to the Nuraski Jarahi order, and I got initiated into that order. And so, but while I was he had a library, and I looked and I saw a book, and he had one of the books on masonry. I said, what the? A book on masonry. Out of all the spiritual books that was up there, Kabbalah, Magic, a book on masonry was in the cabinet. So this thing, this faded science, this science that was following me through my adult years, me going into my adult years, my manhood years, even despite all the different schools of thought that I've studied and the people that I came across. So going back to the event that I mentioned with the Red Man, which happened in the same time period, we left the apartments. Now we back in the building. We got a whole office space, right? Nubian Sufis, right? Men and women, right? I was teaching the brothers how to visualize. Again, I was teaching about the science of Ptah, how to visualize what you want. I was teaching the sisters how to visualize what you want. Your pockets is empty. Visualize yourself going to the bank and pulling out $1,000, cashing out $1,000, cashing out $2,000. Whatever you want in the universe, visualize it, because Ptah visualized the sun, this solar system in his head, and then he said Ra, and it all came into existence, right? So I was teaching that. I said, brother, you want a new wife? Visualize how she look. You want a red bone? You want a thick red bone, big breast, big butt, cute face? Visualize that red bone. Visualize it. Visualize it. You know? You want a chocolate sister, because you like that Hershey chocolate. I like Hershey chocolate too. You know, visualize that chocolate sister. Visualize her. You want her some dreads, or you want her with a fro? How you want it? You know what I'm saying? Like Tupac said, tell me how you want it. You know what I'm saying? Visualize it. You want a new car. You want a new house. You want a new career. Visualize it and feel it. This is what Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad had spoke on one of his lessons. I think it was called "There's No Mystery God" or "Who's That Mystery God." And I'm gonna post it when I get a chance. To visualize what you want, right? And the atoms will crystallize into that desire. It'll turn that thought into something solid as this book right here, this Bible right here, or this Quran right here, right? So I also had my magnet on, because I was testing my magnet. It's the magnet that deals with attracting people to you. So I was doing my mantra and my magnet was on. So we got ready to head out, because Redman was getting ready to do a show. My partner Sid was like, yo, Redman coming to Blueberry Hill. So we left the office from after our service, and a brother left his ID. The other brother, he was only 18. And so I said, oh man, this is all jacked up because we got a ride to get there. I didn't have a ride, but somebody else had the ride. And I said, oh man. And so now I had to, everything that I taught them about the visualization magic, I had to do on the spot. I had to do the magic on the spot. And this is the thing about you know, being a teacher or a guru or a sheikh or an imam or a reverend or whatever you say you are. If you teach somebody something, you better be ready to do it on the spot, right? Because then that's how we show and prove. That's how we say the God say we show and prove. And this is the show me state, right? So we heading on our way. We going to Blueberry Hill, but I'm looking at the reality, the physical reality, that one brother left his ID. You need your ID to get in, and they checking at the front door, and they checking going into the basement. Then another brother's 18, so we know he's gonna turn him away. What we gonna do, right? So I start visualizing. While we was in the car, you know, while we was in the car heading from Delmore Union on our way to the Blueberry Hill, I start visualizing the brothers. I start visualizing. I'm in the back seat visualizing the brothers up in there, the brothers in my cipher dancing, looking at Redman, cheering Redman. I'm visualizing them in there. I'm visualizing the brother who left his ID, and I'm visualizing the brother who's only 18 years old, and I'm visualizing them in my mind. They doing like this. You know, they say, yeah. I'm visualizing them dancing. I'm visualizing nobody to check IDs. So after we get down there, we go up there. Ain't nobody checking ID at the front door. We get down to the basement. Nobody checking the ID in the basement. The brothers came clean on in, and Redman is performing his set, right? And the brothers getting amped up, yeah. But they wasn't supposed to do that because that was not a show. He was practicing his stuff, right? So the people almost came and got them, right? So I had to visualize again. I had to visualize the brothers not getting told to go out because they just, and whatever the forces move those who was coming to my brothers, it moved them out the way, right? And then, and only then, when my brothers was safely in there, did the security pop up. In the front, security popped up and leading to the basement, and there was a line of people all the way around the corner to get in Blueberry Hill, right? And then when the music went on, because I had the magnet going, phone numbers started getting brought to brothers. Females started bringing their phone numbers to the brothers. Redman stepped off the stage and shook my disciples' hands. But I didn't get my hand shaken because I was busy helping Sid pass out the promotional material to all the guests. But by them shaking my disciples' hands, they shook my hand. By Redman shaking my disciples' hands, Redman shook my hand. Because my disciples' hands are my hands. My brothers and sisters' hands are my hands. There is no individualism when you work for the Most High God and His wisdom. And the visualization had played itself out. And I told the brothers after that fact what I did, so they wouldn't pat themselves on the back, right? I said, brother, I had to do some magic. I had to do some wizardry. I had to do some sorcery. Now, some of y'all just hid up under the table when I said the word sorcery, right? Some of y'all just jumped out the window and like some scared Negroes when I said the word sorcery. Ain't nothing wrong with the word sorcery. Sorcery only means tapping into the source. Who is your source? Is it God? Is it Allah? Is it Jah? Is it Amun-Ra? Who is your source? Is it the universe? So, as I move forward in my journeys, I had the power but didn't have a form structure. The structure. In all the businesses that y'all ever heard me posting about or talking about, record label, the Most High gave me that idea of a record label when I was in Venice, California in 2009. Because me being a Black Messiah, me being a conscious artist, you see what Babylon, with these Babylon music is coming out. That's out now. Got men wearing dresses and purses and all that. Or talking about how many niggas I'm shooting, how many I'm effing your woman. I wasn't on that, so I couldn't get into the music game. So I had to start my own record label when I was out there in Venice and use my connections. You know? Same thing with movies. The Most High gave me the idea to come out with a film company. Gave me the idea of an entire movie script. Black Godfather of St. Louis. You think writing a movie script is easy? You think writing 96 pages of a movie script is easy? That comes from God. And he gave me the idea to write a Black Superman movie when I was in San Diego the last time I was in LA. He got scripts in me right now for Star Wars. I haven't had time to sit down and write it, because why should I write the Star Wars script and we didn't even get the first movie out the way? And he gave me the wisdom to write a sequel to the Black Godfather St. Louis. So we got two. Right? This all came from him. It all came from him because I didn't have the money, the opportunity. So I had to learn internet, how to master the internet, how to do this, how to do that. Right? So, but all the ideas of me bringing people together to network, what I did not have is the structure, right? And so that goes back to masonry. Without me saying too any secrets, it's common knowledge that masonry is about structure. It's about having a firm foundation in life. You could be a Muslim, you could be a Christian, you could be a Jew, you could be whatever you want to be. But it's going to provide that structure in your life. That's why I came, because I had all these businesses that God gave in my mind and all these ideas, and the gift, it's a gift to bring people together. I can't be a loner and be a prophet. I can't be God's prophet and be a loner, because it doesn't match. A prophet's job is to go to the people, all of the people, put a smile on his face of the people, even if the people acting like some jerks, even if the people acting wicked, I got to put a smile on the face because God is sending me out as a prophet. He's sending me out as a messenger, right? So it is only the gift of God that I'm able to bring people from all different races and nationalities and religions to me and listen to me, right? It's the gift of God that I can go somewhere out of state, and if I really want to, I say a word and the door is open for me, right? It's the gift of God that somebody can call me, a millionaire can call me and say, hey, Esau, we got a campaign in Florida. We got a campaign in New York. Not only asking, could I go, but could I go? I like to hire some of my family and friends who's looking for some work, where I like to hire them and get them on a plane and on a hotel and come out there and make a stack or two and come back home. That's the gift of God. A lot of people don't understand that the true wealth is the people. But I had no structure. And in the temples of Ptah in ancient Kemet, I would consider them as the original Masons because they are the ones who were responsible for building the pyramids of Kemet. That structure, the pyramids are still standing to this day. So when I started to do carpentry work, which and out of the carpentry work over a year ago, you know, a brother carpenter, you know, my white buddy, Bob, I said, this is what I want. I want unks made like this. I want to make these type of unks and sell them. He made this, right? And I know how to make these, right? So my trade is a carpenter. Make them, and we were selling them for the summer. Or at least trying to. You know, some of them I gave away. I gave away to relatives out of state. Relatives out of state, I gave some of these away. Right? And a brother John was like, he was I could say a master carpenter. And he said, you know, he let me know, hey, I asked him and I said, okay, I want to officially become a part. But at first I wasn't. At first I still was on the fence till I got a newspaper with Minister Louis Farrakhan, and Minister Louis Farrakhan basically was at a gathering. And when I saw Minister Farrakhan, who I look at as my spiritual father, though I'm not officially in the Nation of Islam, because as an Aquarius, it's something about us just being our own men. You know, I got my own organization, but I respect the brothers. But when I saw Minister Farrakhan, and I'm gonna show you, when I saw Minister Farrakhan, it made me say, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and be a Mason. I'm going to make it official. You know? After I saw Minister Farrakhan, they're right here. Minister Louis Farrakhan right there. And I've been following Minister Farrakhan since I was 18 years old. So when I saw this, I said, oh man, this is Minister Louis Farrakhan. You know? So I said, you know what? Nobody should be able to say nothing to me. If my spiritual father, if it's okay for my spiritual father, whether he as an honorary guest or not, this has happened. Right? If he said it's okay, why should I not say? Who else could say this? Minister Louis Farrakhan, I went to the Million Man March in 1995. I followed this call. And this science has been calling me since I was 18 years old. And I look and I see this. Right? So I said, you know what? Minister Louis Farrakhan. Because a lot of people don't believe fat meat is greasy. It's like people don't believe that fat meat is greasy. Right? People don't believe fat meat is greasy. Right? There we go again. Minister Louis Farrakhan. Standing with brothers in the lodge. I don't know their titles, but you know, I know that they some big they up there. You know, it's Minister Farrakhan. I'm just putting it right in your face over and over again. So there should be no disconnect between, you know, the brothers of the lodge and the brothers of the mosque. You know what I'm saying? We all building for the people. We all building. We're all building. That's the whole thing about building, especially when we look at the black community. The black community looks like it has been destroyed. It's been destroyed by our own hands due to our ignorance, right? So the black community needs to be rebuilt, right? The world has been destroyed by wars. You know what I'm saying? Financial manipulations of the stock through mass media scaremongering. The whole world needs to be rebuilt, right? So I said, Brother John, I'm ready to do it. And I never outside of Sufism dedicated myself to, it was a struggle. So I said, I'm going to have to stay here and follow this all the way through. I can't just go here and miss this, miss that. It was a struggle because my finances wasn't always good, right? Coming out of the pandemic, and then at the same time, you know, I have a different way that I want to make money than everybody else. I don't want to make money like the average person go punch the clock and he happy with that. I don't want to punch clock. I want to make stacks, right? I want to close a deal and make 20. I want to close a deal and make 2,000, between 2,000 to $100,000. That's where my mind is at. And if I'm up in age, I'm not gonna be working breaking my back. I did so much labor work that every time I go and try to do something, my back start hurting without me even touching the hammer. I did some hard work. Y'all don't know what I did. Y'all know the hard stuff working in trash heaps all the way up to my eyeballs. Working on top of hills where you can fall down and tumble with your pick hammer and working hard drills, drilling concrete. Y'all don't know what I have done. Stuff that can break your body down because it's meant to break your body down. But why should you, as a God, let your body be broken down if you got the mind to break down time and space that's around you, right? If you got the intelligence to make money with your mind, and this is where they, especially in the state of Missouri, they like to shift black men away from our mind to our muscles and do a secret slavery, right? And this is why a lot of times when I go out of state to go make money, I make thousands of dollars when I go out of state. I come back home, they want to give me $200, $300, $400, $500 like I'm a teenager, right? And I cannot run a ministry like that. I can't run a record label like that. I can't run a film company, anything of great importance, or make any type of change like that, right? Somebody say your dreams too big for your shoes. Then let me go get some bigger shoes, right? So, a year of going through it and understanding, I am proud to say that I want to give shouts out to uh, my worshipful master, and I want to give shouts out to uh, St. Matthew's Lodge. The brothers showed me all love, and they continue to show me love. I love the brothers with all my heart. It's ironic that the same area that I became a Black Panther, I became a Mason. The same area. That's the full circle. That's the circle of life. You know. I think the brothers. I think the brothers. I show all love to the brothers, and I'm happy about. We had our grand session, and that was beautiful. You know, and all the brothers was able to bring their wives with them. You know, and I like the way that the husband and wife work together. The husband and wife, they both work together and they both build together. And I love that. That was a beautiful vision because it reminds me of Yahshua of 2,000 years ago. People don't understand that Yahshua had a wife. The Catholic Church don't want you to know that Yahshua had a wife. The Gnostic scriptures in the Dead Sea Scrolls say Yahshua had a wife. He didn't just hang around men all day. No. He had a wife, and her name was Mary Magdalene. She was not a prostitute, none of that. She was a high priestess of the goddess Isis, or Set. And he went and taught the men, and she taught the women. Right? When women came into his flock, he would work with them a little bit, then he'll send them to the wife. And then if men came in her teachings, she'll work with them for a minute, but then she'll send them to her husband. And it was a thing of love and wisdom, of knowledge and wisdom. Knowledge and wisdom, knowledge and wisdom. He was the knowledge, she's the wisdom. You know what I'm saying? So I like the way that this structure set up, and it's a beautiful thing. So I want to give shouts out to the St. Matthew's Lodge, St. Louis Avenue. Thank you, brothers. I love you. You know what I'm saying? So the sermon that I'm going to really be getting off into, does not reflect the views of my lodge. You know what I'm saying? This is the theosophical, the esoteric, the Kabbalistic, the Hermetic streams of cosmic knowledge that I've been channeling from the Akashic records since 1996, since my third eye opened. Since my third eye opened, I've had access to other realms, right? And I can't cut it off. I have not been able to successfully cut off the transmissions of this stream of interdimensional knowledge that's been coming to me from the Akashic records. So once you open your third eye, once your third eye opens up, there's really no closing. And some people may not be tied to a certain religion or school of thought or type of spiritual discipline. A lot of people go crazy because they may end up seeing portals, they may end up seeing all type of visions, and they may go crazy because they're bent on being a worldly minded person, and they're getting all these transmissions. And these transmissions as light can transform into their mind into darkness. So instead of them seeing angels, they might see demons, right? Instead of them seeing this light as heaven, they may see this light as hell, right? So I'm thank God that when I did awaken, when my third eye did awaken through my practices of yoga 2 years before I became a Sufi, I was always making sure I stayed around spiritual brothers, whether they was in the mosque, the church, the synagogue, the ashram, whatever, right? I made sure I stayed around brothers so it'd keep my ethos elevated, right? And so, so like I said, I want to give props out to 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 those of you who know me and who know my journey and know what I am trying to do. I am trying to build. So I don't gotta say anything about anything, but my actions will prove what I am. My actions will prove. Another thing is that my this when my studies in Sufism led me to a Nubian, actual Nubian Sufi of the 9th century named Dur Nun. And Dur Nun, he basically uh, started an order called the Albana order. So the Albana order means the builders, and so he actually represent the original Sufi Masons, and they're the ones who rebuilt the Temple of Solomon, but it's now sitting in Jerusalem as the Dome Mosque. Uh, it's sitting as the Dome Mosque. Let me see if I can write it down. So it was the Nubian Sufis basically, or the actual the beginning of the. They was actually the beginning of the contemporary time era Sufis. You know what I'm saying? So the Knights Templar were the students of the Nubian Sufis up under the Albana order, and they are the ones who basically built this mosque right here. They built this dome. They built this mosque right here in Jerusalem. So, so my calling myself a Nubian Sufi in the beginning in 2000, prior to me learning this knowledge, was all based on the fact that I'm into Sufism, but I'm into Sufism as a black man with a rich ancient heritage going back to the pharaohs and beyond that, Atlantis beyond that, right? Even beyond this planet. So, because I didn't want to teach Sufism or practice Sufism that was based on Arab panism, Pan-Arabism. You know, I'm growing a big old long beard, big old turban, and speaking all this Arabic, and that was it, right? I want to go into the root of the science, you know, and that's what me and brother Charles X, when we put together the Nubian Sufi in 2000. You know what I'm saying? We was teaching Sufism from a 5%er point of view, right? So I said Nubian to connect to that cultural heritage, but it wasn't until years and years and years and years and years later that I found out that there was an actual Nubian Sufi that lived in Egypt named Dur Nun, and he was an alchemist. He was a sorcerer. He basically he taught Sufism in the Metanetta, in the hieroglyphs, meaning he was teaching this, and he started the first order of Sufi or post Islamic era Sufi Masons called the Albana, and they built this mosque. And during the Knights Templar came to be students of this Sufi order, and they learned what would now be called Masonry and took it to Europe, and that's how that kicked off. They took the teachings to Europe, and so it's all been a full circle with this. You know what I'm saying? So I come to build, and so when I'm speaking with a brother, right? I'm building with him. What am I building? I'm building a relationship, and I'm trying to build a business that can bring us profit, that can bring the community profit, and that can uplift our youth and uplift the people, right? When I talk to a sister, even if I say to a sister, your hair look nice, right? That's not flirting. I'm building the sister's self-esteem up, right? I'm building her self-esteem up because somebody may have said, some other female might have said, your hair look like crap, out of jealousy, right? I'm building her self-esteem up so the goddess within her will lift her up, and she will go out and build something for her family and for her community, right? Because you don't know what's on a person's mind. People have, there's suicide rates going on all throughout the country, throughout the world. You may say a positive word, compliment to a brother or a sister, or a man or a woman, or and you may say them for taking their life. That person was probably about to go and jump off the roof and kill themselves, right? But you said a nice word, brother. I like that hat. Like I said to one brother, he was mean mugging people and everything. But I noticed he had something that he was wearing something. He was wearing a type of hat that he wore to make himself feel good. So he mean mugging. Probably got a pistol in his vest. I hope a nigga say something to me. So a nigga say something to me out the way, I'm gonna pop him and risk going to the penitentiary because he's on that emotion, right? He all like this. Man, nigga say something to me wrong. How you doing, brother? I'm just walking by. I could be in Compton. I could be in the Bronx. I could be in North Philly. I could be wherever. Man, brother, man, dig that hat, man. Man, I gotta get one down, man. That's what's up. And the brother that made was gonna kill somebody that day. The brother is probably gonna pull out that thump and pop somebody just by looking at him wrong. The alchemy in that good word transmuted his consciousness, and that brother put on a smile brighter than the sun. Because he thinking about his head. Now he's going home with a positive attitude, right? Make love to his wife even harder, right? Put the pistol away. Somebody got to live that night. Somebody got to see another day because of one word. So you ain't got to wait on the Jesus out the sky to come save you. You be that Jesus and radiate some positive light, some words of life to somebody, because this world is based on giving us words of death. Y'all ain't hearing me. So my job is to build up your confidence. My job is to build up this brother's confidence, build up this sister's confidence, right? And it says that personal business. Whatever is business to me is personal. There's no separation between personal and business with me. My music is business and it's personal because my heart is in it. My film company is personal and business because my heart is in it. My ministry is personal and business because my heart is in it. Right? So when we are saying positive words to the next person, we're building them up. But when we say negative things to the next person, we are bringing them down. Right? We're destroying. So without me even saying the secrets of masonry, I'm living masonry by building people up, by building myself up. My hair was all jacked up, looking like I'm Pookie on New Jack City. I had to go down to the barber and get a haircut, right? So I can keep my appearance built up, not toe down, right? We building each other up, right? People in your context send you texts every day. Hey, it's a bright sunny day. Pass the word, right? Get it to 20 more people. Building people up. Exciting people. I say the same thing in my phone text. I say the same thing in my email. I say the same thing in my messaging to men, to women that I would say to men. But when we talking with men, we talking on a different level. When I talk to men on strength and power. But when I communicate with women, it's on praise and upliftment, right? Because we dealing with male and female energies. Both of them can be destructive. The male energy can be destructive. It could be the energy. It could be like we seeing in our city streets right now, St. Louis, Chicago, wherever. The wrong word can get you killed. All right. So we got to bring wisdom in so we can know how to talk to a person and not get the death result, but get the abundant life result, right? Certain mentalities of a man certain can get, is destructive. Women destructive. Women can get destructive just as much as a man can be destructive, right? So my job as a builder is to build you up on positive frequencies. Even if I gotta hear your personal story about what you went through even if I gotta hear what you went through with your wife, with your husband, with your sisters, with your brothers, even if I gotta hear, right? That's my job, right? And likewise, I may have to vent myself. Might have to vent on. I may be having an issue with my family. I may have an issue with my brother. I may have an issue with my sister. I may have an issue with my queen. I may have an issue with this work I'm doing. I may have an issue with somebody at the store. We have to be able to get that out of our system, because if you don't get that stuff out of your system, then you will be the one that may destroy something instead of build. Right? Now, I want to go, that was just an appetizer. Like I said, now I want to go into this stream of knowledge that came to me, that hit me, like Buddha, like Gautama becoming Buddha. This stream of information, this stream of knowledge that I've been teaching from day one on live. This knowledge came to me before I became a Sufi and before I knew anything about masonry, right? And this stream of knowledge, which we call Gnosis, it would take the form, or it would break down the symbols of everything, right? So this is the knowledge that's going to be given to me to the day that I go to the grave and to the day I resurrect, right? Because when you get the knowledge of God takes you beyond the grave. The knowledge of God takes you beyond the wheel of reincarnation, right? And if I said today I'm going to become a Rastafarian, right? That knowledge will transform and be transmitted through the Rastafarian symbolism. If I said, you know what, I'm going to go back to being a Hebrew Israelite that I was back in the 90s. This knowledge will transmit through the Hebrew Israelite in their symbolism, right? So this is some universal knowledge that I've been teaching you, right? And this knowledge is as old as the stars of space. Now, the topic of the sermon, right? Let's get it. The topic of the sermon, right? Thought I had put it up there, but I'm gonna go ahead and go to my, so I can be on time. Or matter of fact, I got it right here. I think I do. But the main topic of the sermon is the matter of fact. Give me a second, family. So the topic of this sermon is called The Unveiling of Secrets in Imam Esau's Words of Power Over Time and Space Ceremonial Magic Teachings. Now, I want to say that I've been trying to find this book online that I can get a free download, like I got with the Lord of Power. But I have not successfully found the Sufi book called The Unveiling of Secrets, the Diary of a Sufi Master. And see, the thing about The Unveiling of Secrets is a book that I want to actually do. So if I do a part two, I'm gonna do a part two of this sermon once I get hold of that manuscript, because I really wanted to read from the unveiling of secrets. I was lucky to get the Lord of Power. And once I get a chance, because I'm actually gonna buy a whole house, right? So I'm gonna buy a whole house, and I'm gonna have a library with all type of esoteric literature, right? And I'm gonna have a special section for Sufism, Buddhism, Hinduism, Taoism, all the other schools of thought, even Wicca, ceremonial magic, Rosicrucian, everything. I'm gonna have a library, and so I'm gonna have my Sufi books, basically at the top. I'm also gonna have books on Kemet, but I'm gonna have it where also if I have guests that want to visit me, they can go look at the library. They can go in the library and go get a scroll and get on in it, dig on in. You know what I'm saying? Just as long as they put it back. I put a tracer in my books. I ain't playing around. So I'm gonna, soon as I can get, if I can get this book a little earlier than that, I'm gonna do a part 2 on this because I want to read from the unveiling of secrets and see the unveiling of secrets. The ancient Sufis were the actual Magi, and when you study about Sufism, a lot of Western scholars, a lot of Orthodox Muslims, they keep on trying to pigeonhole Sufism in Islam. They keep on trying to handcuff Sufism to Islam, when actuality Sufism did not come from Islam. Islam came from Sufism. The Sufis were the ancient Magi. Even before the planet existed, there was Magi, there was Sufis on other planets, and they were the Magi who basically, as Tahuti, wrote down what the stars was into stone. They were the one. They were the actual real Jedi Knights. Ancient Kemet, the word the Jedi. Look at the word the Jedi, right? The Jedi is the pillar, right? And so the Sufis basically were they were basically priest of Ptah. They were basically like those ones. They were the Jedi. They were the ones who basically stabilized the ethers so we can build on them, right? And in Hinduism, the Sufis were called the Rishis. If anybody know about the Rishis, there's 7 Rishis, right? These are the mind-born sons of Brahma. So those Rishis are actually the Sufis that was recorded in ancient India. And the Rishis were so powerful that even the high-ranking gods and goddesses sometimes had to come down and bow at the feet of the Rishis, right? Because the Rishis were that powerful. They were basically the mind-born sons of the Creator. You know what I'm saying? Enoch was mentioned to be the first Sufi, Prophet Enoch. He was the one who walked with God and was no more because God took in him. He was the first Sufi. And taking him, he didn't just get floated in the air. He was on a mothership, family. But we'll talk about that another day. So I want to really get off into that. But the Sufis were basically we was around during the time of even time of Moses, during the time of Joshua. We just took on different terms. As our scenes over here, then Gnostics, then Dervish. And whatever the language of the landscape was, would become the language of the Sufi. So you had basically Sufis that during the time of Moses, they spoke Egyptian or Kemetic. Some spoke Canaanite. Some spoke Chaldean. But then when we get in time of the man everybody knows Jesus, the Sufi spoke Aramaic, right? So they wouldn't say Allah, they'd probably say Eloah, right? But then when we come into the time of after the Prophet Muhammad, the Sufi said, you know what, now we gotta translate all this ancient Chaldean knowledge, all this ancient Canaanite knowledge, all these ancient books and scrolls, you know what I'm saying, from these ancient languages. Now we got to translate them into Arabic, right? So what what would be the new language that the Sufis would speak? What would be the new language that would be spoken after Arabic, after all that? Right? The Sufis are gonna be the Sufis are always gonna be around. This is why it said that the God said that we renew history every 25,000 years. Right? So when we think about the supreme God, when we talk about the supreme God, we talk about Amun-Ra, we actually talking about the highest ranking Sufi master on this planet Earth. And he is God secretly. He is secretly God, ruling amongst the people. Right? Because there was a time where God walked the earth in broad daylight. Right? And I heard this is the same thing said by old head. Said Allah walked the earth in broad daylight. And this is when you go look at the ancient tribal stories about the Native Americans or the Africans, talking about how God was with the people and celebrating with the people. Then the people start tripping and God left humanity to go back and live in the sky. I don't say that there's a God sitting in the sky. Maybe there's a God sitting on a mothership, or sitting in NASA talking about they got space stations. How about the Anunnaki space stations that's in Sirius? That Nibiru, right? So there's a God that the God, when we say Amun-Ra, we speaking about that high-ranking Sufi, that high-ranking priest of Ptah, that peer, right? But we also talking about that divine power that is within everybody on this planet Earth. That divine planet that is everybody on every other planet and throughout the universe. That divine power that once that third eye is open, there is no limit to what you can do. But the powers that be want you to keep your third eye closed, right? As long as you keep your third eye closed, the powers of telekinesis, the powers of telepathy, the powers of levitation, the powers of teleportation, the powers of looking at your empty wallet, the powers of you looking at your empty wallet and opening it, and a fly buzz out, bzz, then another fly buzz out, bzz, and some of your sisters open up your purses and 20 flies buzz out. The power of you saying $10,000 hop in my wallet, $10,000 go to my bank account, right? And it's there. That's the power that they do not want you to access, because you will be free. This is why the Bible says, know the truth, and the truth will do what? Set you free. So the Sufis of the ancient time was teaching people how to become masters. And the Orthodox Muslim elite start to murder the Sufis off. They start executing the Sufi masters with their disciples hanging in Sufi mosques. And a beautiful thing that connects Sufism with Masonry is that the name for a Sufi building or a Sufi spiritual center is called a Kanqua. Kanqua in Persian means lodge. And for those who don't believe that fat meat is greasy, right? So I'll always stand in law with what I teach, right? I'm always about standing in law with what I teach. And the only way that I know how to stand in law is I show proof, right? That I show facts and figures, right? So the lodge in Sufism, right, where Sufis was traveling from Turkey, or Sufis will travel from uh, our they could be traveling from Pakistan to Egypt, or they could be traveling from Egypt to Spain, or from Spain to uh, Syria, wherever they traveling at, right? So this is what the Sufis call uh, their special places where the sheikh was at. They called it a lodge, the Conqueror. A Conqueror was a sort of monastery or lodge for the Sufis, who especially in the mystic, esoteric approach to the Muslim religion, blah blah blah. They always seen the ties into that, even though Sufis existed even before Prophet Muhammad. But so, uh, but the Conqueror means lodge. That's what the word Conqueror means. It means lodge. There we go. They said, what is a Sufi? What is a Sufi lodge? Right? This is all knowledge that I had over a decade. I had this for over a decade, but I didn't know about the connecting pieces at the time. So Sufis will travel from one country to another, and they'd be on a camel, or they'd be wherever they on a horse, whatever, and they'd be dehydrated and hungry. So when they get to the Sufi Conqueror, or they get to the Conqueror or the lodge of the Sufis, it'll be somebody that'll get them a bed to sleep for the duration of being there. They can go wash their bodies up. They can go make their salat or do their rituals or their meditations. They have food for their Sufi. And sometimes either they will give the Sufi some money so they can travel and have expenses to travel to wherever they're going. They may be going to Mecca, or they may be going to India, or wherever they're going to. Somebody's going as far as China. And other times you had wealthy travelers who didn't need anybody's money, and they would go to the Sufi Conqueror, or the lodge, and they would take money out of their own purses, probably give a few pieces of gold and silver in honor of the sheikh. So the sheikh would be the equivalent to a worshipful master. You know what I'm saying? And they would give gold coins to the sheikh, and sometimes the sheikh lived at the lodge or the Conqueror, right? Sometimes it was just he didn't. So it was all dependent. I want to find a Conqueror right now. Sufi Conqueror. I'm trying to find one right now. This look like one right here. Let me see. So this is a Conqueror right here. So this is one in the Islamic world. This is a Sufi lodge right here, right? That's a Sufi lodge. So everything that we learn, whether it's an Orthodox religion or from order or order, if you will, originates from the East, right? So even during the time of the Crusades, Europe had more huts than anything. They had castles for the kings and the queens of England and Paris and all that, and let everybody else live in mud huts. So it took for the European, I'm talking about the Crusades now. It took for them to go out to the East to learn how to build. And when they went back after learning from the Sufis, how to build and mathematics and whatnot, then they went back and they said, let's go ahead and build some homes for our citizens, more of our wealthy citizens than anything. So that's why Europe got all these buildings and whatnot, uh, cathedrals and all that, because they learned how to build when they went to the East, right? So the Sufis was teaching a lot of things, uh, teaching people about the God that was within themselves, how to bring that power out. You know what I'm saying? And those who want to rule over the people as gods over the people, as false gods over the people, the Sufis became a threat. And right now, if you ask a stern Orthodox Muslims what is Sufism or what is a Sufi, they'll say that's a deviation from Islam. They're practicing innovations. They're not real, but in reality, the Sufis was around. With Sufis were around before Prophet Muhammad was even born. It was the Sufis who always was watched for when is the next prophet going to be born. Just like when we speak about Yahshua was born, right? And it was wise men. Some say it ain't three wise men. It doesn't mention three wise men, but yet they mention three gifts from three different gifts, right? But these wise men or these magi were the Sufis, and they was watching to see about their prophet that they predicted, right? In the Holy Quran it says, we raised up Moses, we raised up Jesus, we raised up all the prophets. So this circle of masters are that we, right? And they work in concert with that I, right? With the dot that's in the middle of the circle, right? That 360 degrees. But there's an earthly dimension and there's a heavenly dimension, meaning that God is on earth and God is in heaven, right? Meaning that we are all on earth, right? But we have a heavenly or we have a cosmic counterpart, right? And that cosmic counterpart in harmony with our with the earthly counterpart, which is us, makes up 720 degrees, and that is God. That is the Most High. That is Jah. That is Yahweh. That is Jehovah. That is Amun-Ra. That is whoever you call the Most High God. But I never leave out the wisdom, because the wisdom, that's the feminine principle. The wisdom is the goddess. I would never say the black woman is God, because if you say the black woman is God, what is the black man going to be, right? You're putting that title back on the black man's head, right? So he could be Morgan Freeman and Bruce Almighty again, right? We the Morgan Freeman, we God is Morgan Freeman and Bruce Almighty. So we say that the black woman is goddess, the essence of God, because God came from the triple womb of darkness. This is not just talking out of the nation Islam. Even in the ancient Kemetic teachings, it says that Ra emerged out of Nu, out of this black primordial ocean, Nu. So we all came out of Nu. We all came out of this womb, this triple womb of darkness. We all existed in the universe. It's pure, undifferentiated, unseparated, unified, cosmic consciousness, right? All races of people on this planet emerged from that eternal blackness called the universe. All races of people and nations came from that eternal blackness, that eternal blackness called the universe, right? No matter how much somebody call me a nigger, right? Out of a racist connotation, you came from that eternal blackness, and back to that eternal blackness you will go, right? Back to that eternal blackness you will go, right? Back to that eternal blackness, all races of people and nations will go. And if it be his will to bring himself back into existence in a certain form, then you'll get a second chance to come back. Right? But we Nubian Sufis are not trying to come back. We are out about transcending the will of reincarnation. Right? And live as not only as gods and goddesses on this physical plane, but live as gods and goddesses in the interdimensional plane, in the multiverse, in the megaverse, in the omniverse. So what I wanted to do was just briefly explain a little bit about the unveiling of secrets, because see, there were Sufis that that were shamans too. And so when you go through that's an aspect. The shaman aspect of Sufism is the salute part. That's when you leave your body, you go to other planes and you go to other dimensions and things of that nature. And then you bring back the information. But each vision that you receive is a certain power that you get, right? And so a lot of the Sufis are writing down their visions, and their visions was explaining the removing of certain veils. In the Sufi teachings, God is hidden by 70,000 veils. So depending on your spiritual elevation, right? You're going to transcend just seeing. You're going to transcend just the universe into the multiverse, where you're seeing multiple realities. There could be a reality where Malcolm X and Martin Luther King are still alive. They never got assassinated, right? And they've been doing great, powerful things, and they probably just died a couple of years ago, right? Over natural causes. There are other realities where Tupac Shakur and Biggie Smalls never got killed. They're doing music right now, anniversary tributes and all that. Got children and grandchildren, or more children. There's realities where your mama that got shot never got shot. She's still alive. But maybe in her reality, you dead. You the one that got shot and dead. Shot 5 years ago and dead. 10 years ago and dead. 12 years ago and dead. There's multiple realities throughout what is called the multiverse. There's a reality where we can go down Skid Row. We see people sleeping in tents, sleeping on the sidewalk, right? Because somewhere in their life they allowed somebody else to cause them to lose their wealth destiny, or they made the wrong decision and got with the wrong person, or the wrong decision and went to the wrong place, right? But there's other realities where these same homeless people are multimillionaires. They did everything right, and they moved in accordance to wisdom. And that's what I love about the Amun Ra aspect, because Amun Ra has taught me how to basically keep something to myself. Keep it hidden. Keep it in the womb of your mind, right? Keep it in the triple womb of darkness in your mind. And then let it secretly manifest, meaning raw, right? And then by the time it manifests, it's too late for anybody to say anything. And since I've been moving on that aspect the last few months, my plans have been coming out. But when I blast them out, somebody who may not like it, some brother may not like your plan or might get jealous, or a sister may not like your plan or get jealous, or kinfolk or whoever, right? And they can say negative words about it. That'll cause an abortion. Excuse me. That'll cause a miscarriage of your goal. It'll cause a miscarriage of that goal you getting that $1,000,000. It can cause a miscarriage of your goal of getting that brand new car, or that brand new truck, or that brand new house, or you getting to become a lawyer or a doctor that you want to become, and you kept on putting it on the back burner, or that corporation that you want to get established. Somebody's negative thoughts or opinions can cause a miscarriage of your goal. So sometimes you have to keep your goal in your mind, right? This is why I don't like people invading the privacy, because when you work on something, you may got a brother, you may got 4 or 5 brothers that you want to go and do something over here and do something over there and start get this paperwork over here, or put some paperwork right there, let this person get their name. Sister may do this, we need a sister go put some of her name, or get this right here, and we got money coming in, we got assets right there, we got buildings, whatever. But if it's leaked out and the wrong person hears it, it can cause a miscarriage of all them months or years of hard work and planning. So sometimes you got to keep it almond. And then when it's time for it to become raw, no one can say anything or stop it because it's already physical. But while it's a thought, the goal is a thought in your mind, it's got to be almond, right? And this is also the science of any magic you do. If you get ready to do some magic for the first time, you say, I want to try to get me a car, like he's talking about. I want to try to get me a car, right? And you start visualizing the Lamborghini. Don't go tell your mama you visualizing the Lamborghini. Don't tell your daddy you're visualizing the Lamborghini. Don't even tell your girl, right? Don't even tell your friends, right? Because somebody could say, nigga, you ain't got no, nigga, you work at Mickey D's. How you gonna get a Lamborghini? Nigga, you ain't no wealthy person. You just one of us, right? And now you having doubts in your mind. Now you got these negative, cynical energies mixed in the womb of your mind, right? So sometimes you just gotta say, I want to get that new Lamborghini, and don't say nothing to nobody. And then when the forces of your mind start pulling certain people together, right? It may be a rich man that may come to the McDonald's and give you a business card because you got him his food fast. He say, hey, I sell cars, Lamborghinis. Come holler at me. He said, I ain't got no money to get one. I'm not trying to sell your car. I want you to come out here and make money with me. Who knows what may happen after that? And then you go meet the person that next week, but you got to keep it in your, don't go telling everybody. Because somebody might start, hey, that nigga ain't want to, that nigga, man, F him, right? Next thing you know it, you keeping it in your mind. You ain't telling nobody of the card you got. Now you're able to keep, now the womb of your goal and your desire is taking on legs and feet. Hmm? Just like in a woman's womb. And then all of a sudden you doing this, you helping this guy get these cars, you knocking these cars out, he's giving you probably about $400 or $500 commission. Like, that ain't no money. But he said, that's all I can give you right now. But then you end up helping them sell that car that's worth $40,000. And at the end of the day, before the end of the day hit, he say, hey, you go ahead and take a break. Go ahead, you can go home early. You can go home 4 hours early. For real? Oh man. But before you go home, here's $10,000. You can even you can take this $10,000, and also I got this I was gonna give it to my son, but he don't even want to come to work. He don't want to. I kicked him out the house because he don't want to work. You know what I'm saying? So that Lamborghini, that's yours, right? What you kept almond in your mind became raw. What that individual kept almond in his mind, it became raw. But if you was probably to mention that, or anybody was to find out through leaked information, then they will probably try to work against that person. Because we don't know who's in competition. This world has made us into a dog eat dog society. Every man or every woman for themselves society. Where now there's husbands are competing with their wives and wives are competing with their husbands. We should not be competing, we should be working together. Where brothers are competing with their sisters and sisters are competing with brothers. That is wrong. If you succeed, I succeed. Like in that movie Notorious. What did B.I.G.'s friends say when they both got caught with them guns? He said, you go out. I'm gonna take this weight. You go out and get this deal. Right? Bring the money back to the hood. Because when one nigga make it, we all make it. But see, in the Nubian Sufi Empire, gods and goddesses, we don't call each other niggas. Right? So I'm gonna say, if when one god make it, we all make it. Right? When one goddess make it, we all make it. Right? That's the mentality that you have to think as a god. That's the mentality that you got to think as a goddess, right? We got 4 cars, right? We're in one house. We all live in one house. Nobody in that house should be walking, right? as black people, we get material things, and then we do this. It's mine, all mine, right? And then you might get hurt and can't work no more. You may get sick and can't work no more. And the person that you was doing that to, they all the money is in their name. They got access to everything that will make your life much easier. But the thing about it is, we don't think about reciprocity. We don't think about Ujamaa, which is cooperative economics in Kwanzaa. Yet, our Latino brothers and sisters, our Mexican brothers and sisters, they pull in all their resources. A brother can hop over the wall from Mexico. He ain't got a social, don't got no ID. But he hops over the wall. And his brothers and sisters that's already in America, he hops over the wall and jump right into a car he's driving. Right? Somehow he gets his paperwork. Somehow he gets legit. He ain't even got to go to a hotel because a Mexican family would take in another Mexican. Right? But we black people, like, we the Johnson family. We don't mess with the Jones family. Right? But when the Johnson family gets jammed up and they need help, they can't go to the Jones family. Right? That's the individualism that is killing black America. Right? If you rich and balling right now, right? And I'm broke and dusty, and you don't help me out, right? Then you lose your funds, you lose your wealth because God gives it and God can take it away. You can't come to me, right? Because in my philosophy, you cannot make a withdrawal if you don't make a deposit. I went to the white man's bank plenty of times and tried to get some money. They said, we don't got no records of you really putting too much in the bank. I said, all right, I'm going to come back. I'm going to start throwing some stacks at your head, right? We got to invest in each other. I get put up in the link of this European Jew. He basically broke down that science. He was saying, how the European Jew community, right? Because I say I'm a black Jew, so I don't say Jew as a race, more as an authentic spiritual connection, right? But he said the way the European Jew community do, they fund each other's businesses, right? If there's a cousin trying to start a business, what did he say? Give him the money, right? Give him the money, right? We have to learn how to invest in each other, right? I went to Nation Islam service today, and the brother was saying, and Nuri Muhammad was speaking on the video. He said, it ain't just we all that we got. We all that we need. And we all put our money together, right? And circulate money through the community. But I know this is going to be me throwing words into the wind if I'm talking to a diffused community. People who are diffused, as he said, as Nuri Muhammad said, going from colony to community. If we are diffused, and I'm speaking into the wind, y'all just going to keep on driving by me. But if I have a organization, if you will, a spiritual organization, if you will, that I've been working on for 22 years. Actually, even longer than that. Even longer than 22 years. Even longer than that. I've been working on since 1994. But now we have members in Nigeria. We got members in Ghana. We got members in Jamaica. Right? We got members in Europe. Right? And I say to all the Nubian Sufis in different parts of the world, because we know the currency is different. So the U.S. dollar, or let's say in Egypt, 14 to 20 cents compared to a U.S. dollar, but you still got land. You got land and you got vegetation and natural resources. You know what I'm saying? That could make up for your low currency value to the USD. And I say, look, all my Nubian Sufi men and women, right? I said men and women, right? I'm going to take money out of my pocket. I'm going to buy land in Nigeria through the Nubian Sufi sister that's in Nigeria. Through the Nubian Sufi brother that is in Nigeria, I'm going to buy land, right? And I'm going to put my flag on that land. I'm gonna buy land through my Nubian Sufi brothers in Ghana, land in Ghana, in Guyana, South America, in Jamaica, in Europe. And now I want us all to farm that land and distribute exports, right? Crafts, build up solar panel cities that generate Bitcoin, right? And all that money is our money, right? So there should be nobody that coming to the Nubian Sufi Empire gods and goddesses looking for the job. We are the job. There should be no Nubian Sufi that coming to this demonstration looking for a place to lay their head. Because like the Sufis of the ancient time, we got the conqueror for them to come to. We got a bed for them to lay their head, right? And money to go in the pocket or in the purse. So when you're moving as a community, right? And you're a part of a community, you should never be broke. But if you're moving on an individual level, you're like, I don't need nobody. I don't need nobody help me. I don't need none of that. And then your leg get broke, right? Because you slipped on a banana peel. Somebody hit your car, right? You jacked up in the game, right? You got sick because these beasts put another coronavirus thing out that's 10 times worse, right? Just to get people to take the mark of the beast so they can track you, right? Now you're sick as a dog, right? And the persons that you may have depended on for income, they got jacked up out the game, right? A lot of us depend on others, right? So what you're gonna do, solo bolo. But if you're a part of a community, that is your spiritual insurance, right? Nubian Sufi come to me, a brother or a sister, say, brother, I'm trying to start a barbershop. I really need 25 grand just to get it popping. Sister may come and say, Nubian Sufi sister may say, I'm trying to start a beauty salon, but I got to get it on and popping. I'm saying, all right, look, get y'all paperwork together, get me a business proposal. Let me see what the ROI is, the return on investment is, and you got the money, right? And if I got it in my pocket, I'm gonna give it to him. Or I'll be like the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. He said, if anything that I say that you say is not true, I'll give you $1,000 out of my brother's vest pocket. He said, if anything that I said is not true, if you can prove that anything that I said is not true, I will give you $1,000 out of my brother's vest pocket. Right? That's the type of community I'm talking about building. That's the type of community that I have been building. Because I can call up all those brothers and sisters over the past 20 plus years. Right? And they'll show up today. But I'm not calling my brothers and sisters up over the past 20 years until I have their New Jerusalem waiting for them. Till I have that city waiting for them. That I have what they need to make their 100% exodus. Now, as I was wanting to go off into the unveiling of secrets, that I'm going to most likely have to wait till I get the book. But I'm gonna say that the way that the unveiling the secrets was describing a Sufi master. Let me see, we got his name, the unveiling of secrets, and it was describing a Sufi master who, through his spiritual journeys, he was seeing God manifesting himself as different people. Right? He was describing the more that he went to this spiritual dimension, God would manifest himself. This is the book right here. So once I get my hands on this book, because my good Sufi brother Ghazi Mahfouz, we went into Mystic Valley when they was still on off of a Big Bend in that area, South Side, and he had saw me looking at the book and I wanted it and I put it back on the shelf. And he surprised me at one of the Sufi services that, when we was going to Lawrence Galley, and he surprised me because he went and bought the book for me. And then he gave it to me as a gift. And this is where I had my ex at the time, right? My ex, she saw everybody giving me gifts out of the blue, and she saw my white Sufi brother gave me this book that I wanted to get, but I put it back on the shelf when he was with me. He didn't know, and I didn't know he saw me do it. She got jealous of me getting gifts and started acting a fool at the place. And that's the thing that we're not gonna tolerate from any man or women. We're not gonna tolerate that ghetto stuff when we in the presence of divine people. That happened way back in 2007. The ex I was with, 2007. They started bringing me gifts, and brother white Sufi brother bought me this book, and I loved it, and she saw it and got jealous and started cutting up because she wanted the attention on her. See, we don't need people in that want the attention on themselves. We need people to pay attention to the man of God. You know what I'm saying? And better themselves up first. So, but the book, I had it and I don't have it no more. That's 2007. So now I got to search for this book because this is the book that I want to teach the sermon from. So we're going to have a part 2, and it's going to go deeper off into the visions. Because when you when the Most High takes you, he's going to show you some magical dimensions. And he's going to show you some things that basically going to change your, that's going to, not change, yeah, change your destiny, exalt your destiny, if you will. You know what I'm saying? And when I was speaking about Enoch, right? So a lot of the Sufis, we journey like Enoch journey, because Enoch is Enoch, and not Prophet Muhammad, but it's Enoch who is the prophet of all Sufis. And as he journeyed in the mystical planes, interdimensional, interplanetary journeys that he went on, and he came back with 360 heavenly books and gave it to his sons, which they became the Rishis, the Sufis, the order of Sufis. All Sufis travel on that journey, as I spoke about last week, about journey to the Lord of Power. So as you're making that journey to the Lord of Power, you know what I'm saying, you're gonna see fourth dimensional, fifth dimensional, sixth dimensional. You're gonna see higher dimensions of reality. You know what I'm saying? And that's gonna slowly break you free from ever having to reincarnate, because you're breaking through this mortal atmosphere into superhuman and divine existences. As I was speaking about the type 1 civilization, type 2, type 3, you're going to be up there. And the more you walk toward the Most High, the more of Him you become, because that is your actual omnipotent self. We are all sparks off that. We are divine sparks off that divine mind, right? We are the Word that became flesh. It's like I said, I was in Texas and this he was good, white guy, but he was like old country white guy, he into music, but we had a good conversation until he kept on trying to force me to say Jesus is God. And I'm saying I respect that you believe that. Let's shake hands and just get back on the music. Otherwise, we would have a conflict because I'm not going to force what I believe on you. I'm not going to tell you to say I'm in Ross, so don't tell me to say what you're talking about. Let's just come together on some positive note and put the religion to the backside if we have to, right? Because you won't be able to go to Muslim and make the Muslims say what you're saying. You're not going to be able to go to the Hebrews and make them say that, right? But he didn't want to hear that. But what I wanted to say is that we all are God incarnate, right? We all are that power incarnate, but I was not in a position to do that at the time. You know what I'm saying? But I want to say that we all are God incarnate. When it says that in the beginning was the Word, the Word was with God, and the Word was God. We are the Word, right? God had to say our name before we appeared in our mother's womb. He spoke. The reason why you existed because God spoke your name. You was the word that he spoke, and his word as you became flesh. Right? It was in ancient Kemet, it said there God would not even exist if he didn't even speak his own name into existence. They said Nebuchadnezzar had spoke his name into existence. He said Khepera and came into existence. Khepera meaning to become, right? Or come into existence, right? So we are the Word made flesh. All the symbolism of Jesus, miracles, walking on water, healing people, we have those abilities to do that. It's all allegories on what we can do. Krishna multiplying himself like that. That's what we could do if we raise our consciousness. So as this book, The Unveiling the Secrets, he was on a shamanic journey, and he was getting basically more and more close to the source, as I said about the source, and he started seeing things. And it'll be and there's been times where I got on certain levels of meditation and prayer. Then I was walking. I look up at the sky, and I could have sworn I saw a planet. With a purplish tint. I could have sworn I'm actually seeing a planet, but my physical eyes was not seeing it all them years before. It was when my third eye opened, and it caused these two eyes to see. So when your third eye opens, even while you're on a physical plane, if your third eye opens, these two eyes will open. And when you having your dream, and you in the dream, I saw my mom, I saw my daddy, or I had a dream, I was at a carnival, whatever it was, you was not seeing with these two eyes. You was seeing with the eyes of the eyes of the mind. So these same eyes of the mind, when your two eyes wake up, this eye go to sleep, right? Because this system has been keeping our eyes shut. But those wealthy elites, they would never keep their third eyes closed because that's the reason why they're wealthy. They could see the treasures that's hidden in the earth that the average layman can't see. They could see that there's gold buried underneath their feet that they're standing on. They can see through the veils and see the treasure and go get it. All the treasure that's almond or hidden, they'll see it, right? And only make it raw to their elite, right? They could look at individuals in the world, black, white, Latino, Asian, Arab, men or women, and could see art. They could see the future of that person as being a billionaire. The future of that person as being a millionaire or a trillionaire. It ain't no coincidence how you Kanye West and Beyonce and Jay-Z and all this. It ain't got nothing to do with no Adamite Illuminati. Because we know that the real Illuminati are the Anunnaki. They are the real illuminated ones. And they can illuminate who they choose. But I'm speaking about these elites. They could see a person that is in their destiny chart to become a billionaire. right? If they're in the right environment. If they're in an environment where they're shooting and killing all the time in the neighborhood, they're in an environment where the household is getting tore up and raggedy, or there's crime everywhere, gangs, where they're in a jacked up reality or environment, then something can cut the life of that person before they can get that $1 billion. That $1 million and change the world. So there's wealthy white elites. They will find it, and I came across some when I was in L.A. But at the time, they wanted me to commit 5 years of my life to study up under these millionaires. They said you got to commit 5 million. Excuse me. You got to commit 5 years of your life to study up under us, and we'll make you a multimillionaire with us. I didn't want to commit that. Now I'm kicking myself in the butt, right? I'm kicking myself in the butt. Because I went to the meetings, I went there, and at the time I said, no, I want to push my idea. I only want to push my idea. I want to push my ideas and my thoughts. I don't want to be up under nobody. Now I'm sitting here, 5 years is 5 years will be like next year. I could be sitting on $100 million. Right? So a lot of you turn your head away from the wealth, right? I don't care about no millions of dollars. I don't care about no thousands of dollars. And not understanding that money has ears. And your words can hurt the feelings of money. And you wonder why the money is not hopping in your wallet or not hopping in your purse. And you're getting crumbs when you could be getting millions. So those elites, they know the confusion of the people, and they want recruits so they can continue to grow and expand their wealth, right? And by getting a percentage off the wealth of this person that don't even know that they're wealthy. A lot of us right now are multimillionaires and billionaires right now, and we don't even know it, right? And we are destroyed by debts. We are destroyed by bills and rent and repos and bankruptcies. We are destroyed. This is why the book of Hosea said, my people are destroyed for what? A lack of knowledge. So those wealthy elites, they would go and pull a brother to the side. Hey, brother, how you doing? I do this music. Oh, you do? Okay, great. Hey, check this out. We got these seminars. We're talking about real estate over here. We'd like to bring you in. I had that happen to me in LA. More than once. I was at the table of millionaires. I went to their homes. I said, I'm going to go to this shelter. No, you're going to go to this hotel. Been at their homes. Had millionaires introduce me to their wives and didn't even have millionaires introduce me to their wives and their children. White millionaires. They didn't say our nigga look like he gonna burglarize my house. Because everywhere I go, even if I got $1 in my pocket, I dress for business. Even if I just got $1 in my pocket, if I ain't even got no money, I want to look like money, so I will do what? Attract money. But every instance on that, I'm gonna do my own thing, chicken wing, I'll walk away from millions. Right? And we all have done that. And now you're stuck at the warehouse working like a Hebrew slave. Now you're stuck at the chicken flipping spot. Now you're stuck here delivering mail. You're stuck at all this stuff. And if you want to sing, you want to dance, you want to do movies, you want to do everything, you want to try the world, you can't do that because you're shackled. Right? But when you pray to the Most High, understand that when people start coming into your life, they are a manifestation of your prayer. The people, whether it's men, women, or whatever, and I end up meeting people. I'm using the wisdom to understand that they are a manifestation of my words of power. Right? Going back to the unveiling of secrets. That's explaining that he was seeing different manifestations of God. God is a shepherd. God is a gardener. Right? And we're going to get off into that. So you were saying you were praying to the Most High. You got to go to court. I'm going to give you some time. Then all of a sudden, you go to the restaurant with your lady, or sister, you go to the restaurant with your husband, right? And somebody in the house in a restaurant is passing out their business card. They're a top-notch lawyer, and they just want to get their name out, so they doing it pro bono, right? You end up getting a card from that person, call, talk to them. They find out there's a loophole. You can get out the case. You can get the case dismissed, right? So that's God coming in form of that person with that business card. But see, if we don't got our third eyes open, we're gonna let God walk right by us. We're gonna let the prayer or the word of power that we said out of our mouth walk right by us. So this is why the Sufis, we say the whole universe is God. Everything is God. Hamaus, everything is He. The Holy Quran says, wherever you turn is the face of God. That's what the Quran says. Right? Wherever you turn, to Him belongs the east and the west. So when I go out into the world and I see different people, men, women, black, white, Chinese, whatever, I'm saying I'm looking at the face of God. Right? I'm saying that before I hear them interact, because when we interact, somebody may say something to make you mad. Now you don't want to see God in them no more. God ain't never left because they made you mad. Did God leave you when you made somebody else mad? So I want to see. I'm communicating with God and everybody, with Amun-Ra, with Allah, Jah, and everybody that I meet, because I want to speak to the God within them, not to the demon that's in them. Right? Because I'm into casting out demons. Right? That God works in us, through us. Right? Prayers are answered through the hands of men and women. Right? You may need to throw an event, because people in your household may not be into music and events, right? But you still need help. You never see a captain trying to man a ship by himself at sea. It's not gonna work. Somebody got to pull the oar. Somebody got to do this and do that. So the universe will bring individuals, men and women. The universe is never going to work without women, because the universe represents, or what the collective aspect, the totality of God is both male and female. God and goddess, Lord and lady, the creator and Mother Nature, or the Most High and Mother Nature, the Lord and His wisdom. Right? So men and women will come on deck as the angels, right? Whether they know it or not, but as the angels or messengers who will manifest or bring into physical, concrete reality that which you prayed for, or the words of power. But you got to have your third eye open to see. Hold up. So when you meet new people, and you already you prayed that day, the day before, or you did your mantras, and then all of a sudden you meet people, you need to look like this. Hold up. Is that the brother right there, or is that the sister that's bringing the prayer, is manifesting the prayer? Is that the man? Oh, who is that? Are they right? But if you are like this, mean mugging, then you're gonna cause your goal aborted, right? Because you may mean mug the angel that's about to bring you that $10,000 check. You may be mean mugging that angel that's about to bring you some information on how to heal your body or heal or cure a disease that may be afflicting a relative or loved one, right? We got to see with the eyes of God, and that's what the unveiling the secrets. The secret is the megaverse or the totality of God, the totality of reality. You know what I'm saying? The totality of it all. You got to see with this eye, right? Like I said, and we're gonna get off into that, because I'm gonna get ready slowly shut it off. I had notes, but I didn't go by none of my notes. I didn't go by none of the notes that I had, and I want to see if I have time to shut it down by adding some of my notes to the equation. Get my notes, get my notes, get my notes. And and we are going to be having Nubian Sufi sermons in person. We're in St. Louis right now, but we are, as we launch off this Black Messiah Coast to Coast tour along with the movie Black Godfather St. Louis 1, and we're going to film some of part 2 as well. And as we do this, we're going to also have a lecture circuit with different people, like, doing like the Professor Griff type of lectures in Oshawa Kwesi. And this is coast to coast, from New York to LA. We also got we're going to go to two different countries, maybe three. For one, we're going to go to Ghana, film some of this movie, and also some musical performances in Accra. And then we're also going to be going to we're going to go and take a break, a short vacation break while we're in Africa. This is we're gonna go check out Egypt. So if y'all basically following along on the lives, and you get with me, and you don't have to be a Nubian Sufi to ride with us. Just be down with the UTBA. You know what I'm saying? And because I want to take a whole army of people with me, because that's the Dionysian pen name. Dionysus, when he traveled, he had a whole army of happy, positive vibe people, dancing and singing and enjoying life and enjoying each other. And so that's the energy that I'm talking about. So when we get ready to make that move from Ghana, knock the movie scene out with Chief Nana, get some of his products, buy some land. Then we're gonna go to Egypt, take a short little, probably a week, chill out time or vacation time, and just check out the pyramids. We're gonna go to pyramids of Giza. We're gonna sail on a little boat up and down the Nile. So I'm gonna have everybody should be advised to start learning how to speak a little Arabic, so you would know what people saying. You don't want to go to these other countries and don't even know what anybody's saying. Somebody can say go in a dark alley, and you go in there and hit you upside the head. So we don't want to just depend on translators. We want to know the language ourselves. And so we're going to check that out, and then make our move back to the States. We may go to South America before we go back to the States. I'm not sure, but we're going to end up going to South America real soon. But we're going to do that, and then to Ghana, knock the rest of the movie scenes and stuff out, do some shows, music shows for the people of Africa, and network with our people there. And then Egypt, like I said, check out Nubia because we are Nubians. And then we got a show. We got our last tour show. They just sent me the email, asked, am I confirming it? But it's for London, England on January 24th. And so we're going to do all that. And by the time we finish with all that, you know, we have the announcement of my political campaign as a Republican candidate for Congress, and I will be representing the state of California. It was my people's right now, Miss Jessica. We're going to give Miss Jessica thumbs up. She's a soldier. I met her only through my connection with doing petitions. Every petition that I have done got on the ballot and became a law. Not just because of my own efforts, but I'm only tooting my horns that my energy takes me where the winners are going to be, right? Not where the losers are going to be. So through her, she's reached out to a gentleman named Sam and his colleagues. We had the Zoom, and we will be basically announcing my candidacy for congressman. And now that you said all the stuff you just told us before, how you gonna, with your background and your past, how you gonna make that happen? Because first of all, I got some high connections. Second of all, everything that was done to me was 100% illegal, and they getting sued. So we're going to announce the candidacy in March. So by the time even March even hit, we should already have the movie and everything out, and you're just going to have a good time because it's time for us as gods to go into the political. It's good to do a lecture. It's good to speak from the pulpit or your mosque or your temple, but we need to be the ones who take the laws of Mayat and make it legislation, right? Because the ancient pharaohs, the ancient black pharaohs or the ancient Nubian pharaohs, we were the original politicians. But we were not Democrats or Republicans. We was more theocrats. And right now I know that the majority of the people are not ready for the theocracy, but we're coming in as a theocracy, but under the Republican banner, just for the time being. So there's a lot of things to take place. So I invite you all to go on this journey with me. I want to mention something as well that this is going more off into the science of the word. That they said that when Jesus, the biblical Jesus was fasting, right? They basically said that let me get to it. They biblically said that the devil tried to tempt him and said, if you're the son of God, turn these stones into bread, right? And then the rebuttal was, man can't live off of bread alone. You know what I'm saying? Then he kept on instigating. He was like, get him behind me, Satan, right? And so in the ancient schools during that time period, you had initiations where the neophyte on his way to becoming a hierophant would be tested, right? And so who we call the devil was an individual that was one of the high priests, and he will be the advocate, you know what I'm saying, the devil's advocate, to try to throw off this initiate. But the person that had that position, he was not evil, right? It will only be perceived evil to the person trying to get their goals. And so this priest would try to test him and see what he do this. Once you do that, you so great, right? and then we'll send out a transmission into the community for people to be like that, right? And so that's the aspect when we hear about in the Bible said God, sent the devil or whatever. The devil tested him, and said Job, God, the so-called uh, allegorical Satan said, if you remove that hedge off of Job, I will make him curse you. God, I will make him curse you. You know what I'm saying? So there was no mystery, God. These were actually men who are part of a higher cosmic order of masters, and their job, and that's the Sufis that I spoke about, or the Wizards of Juru, or the Rishis, and they will be the ones that will test the potential master, right? And if they can go beyond that test, then they will become a master. And so that goes off into the words of power, right? So I'm not so. I want to go back real fast to where I spoke about the billionaire, these wealthy elites, which are on the opposite side of the fence. The wealthy elites, they are the ones that are the 666. So you got two orders. You got the order of the gods, right? Which is 777, and you got the order of the beast. Or I'd like to say the order of the gods is 999. And the order of the beast is 666. So the order of the gods are the heavenly, or the Nunaki, the Elohim, the Neteru, the 5% in general. Then you have the order of the beast, or the allegorical devil, and that's your Adamite elite. That, on the other side, the Nunaki, they are the pre-Adamite elite. So both of them are looking for minds. One minute. Both of them are looking for minds, right? The Adamite elite are looking for minds to help preserve themselves by preserving their wealth, by bringing that potential billionaire in, whether they white or black or Latino, whatever, and investing their money in that person, right? The other side, they're not looking at the money. They're looking at if this person got spiritual illumination already in them, and they're going to invest their power into that person, right? So they could be the next prophet, the next Minister Farrakhan, the next Dalai Lama, whatever, right? So a fishing for souls, meaning minds, right? That's the battlefield that we're on. So when we go back to when I mentioned that there was some Adamite elites, and they were saying, we need 5 years of your life, and you'll be a multimillionaire. I would have to be up under them for 5 years, and I couldn't dedicate 5 years of my life. Now I'm not sure if they were Adamite elites, or were they of the Nunaki at the time, because I was not there yet mentally, right? But I know that there was individuals that were very powerful and wealthy and wanted me in, right? But I had to get 5 years of my life. In that 5 years of my life, all the teachings and the sermons that I have done may have not been taught. All to this day, right? But I've been a multimillionaire. So would I have sold my soul? So I said no, right? But at the same time, I kicked myself in the butt, because maybe that was not what I thought it was. Maybe it was the wealthy destiny that I'm supposed to have, right? So That is a science unto itself. So now we go back to the other aspect that's not dealing with wealthy elites or not dealing with people with wealth on this planet. How about we talk about those divine lords that rule over this solar system? Money don't mean nothing to them. Millions and billions of dollars don't mean nothing to them because they are the ones who create planets and rule over the planets, right? So when those individuals reach out to you, then like Enoch, you will be walking with God and be no more. So there's another way that we can attain wealth without it coming from anybody's hands or pockets. And that is the power that is on your tongue. The power that is on your tongue, in ancient Kemet we call it Hakau, right? Some say words of power, right? So the power that's on your tongue, as one brother told me back in '93 when it was one of the angels, the Anunnaki. He said that basically words can do three things. Your words can create. Your words can preserve, or your words can destroy, right? That's Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. That's Heka, Hu, and Sia in ancient Kemet. So we understanding this now, right? We understanding that there's a power on our tongue, and before we can even exercise using this power responsibly and righteously, so that we don't bring hell on earth to ourselves, but we instead bring heaven on earth to ourselves, is that we exercise wisdom with this knowledge, right? So if the power is on your tongue to bring to your empty pockets, when you open your wallet, a fly buzz off. Sister, when you open your purse, flies, but a bunch of flies buzz out, right? There is there's a shifting of financial dynamics on this planet Earth, because those ruling elites, they want to still sit in your seat, right? They want to sit in the seat of those who are the descendants of the Creator Himself. They want to sit on the seats of those who are descended of the pyramid builders. They don't want to get their asses off the seats of the gods, right? But as they are stubbornly holding on, like the Queen Elizabeth, who just passed away, she was holding on to that throne. She didn't want to let it go. But the turning of the planet said you have to go, so someone else can sit down, right? So someone else could sit down on the throne, right? And so is with the rulers of this world in regards to my people, the Nubian peoples of the planet Earth, the pre-Adamite peoples of the planet Earth, those people who are in the shores of North America, also in South America, the Caribbeans and the Bahamas, were basically taken from Akibalan, taken from Africa, put on a boat, right, on a ship called what? Jesus, right? That's why black folks always talking about they can't wait for Jesus. But it's their subconscious mind, they talking about that boat that's called Jesus. To do what? take them back home, right? But they think home is in the heavens. No, home is on earth, right? Mm. So my so my people who are the ones who are the descendants of those who built the great pyramids in Kemet, those who ruled as the pharaohs, those who ruled Spain and most of southern Europe as the Moors. Hmm. We are the ones who are the rightful caliphs, not only of America but of the planet Earth, right? And you look at all of the ancient artifacts around the world of the ancient gods, where you look at the temples in Cambodia or the temples in the Mayan temples in Mexico. You see the thick nose and the flat lips and the curly hair, right? That we ruled as gods and goddesses over this planet Earth, and we was worshipped as gods and goddesses. This is not racism. This is historical fact. But because we had to go to sleep to let the earth recharge, we never say that we was cursed. No, we were not cursed. We was blessed. Because how are we gonna curse ourselves if we gods and goddesses? We didn't see a separation between the one God and us as a people. We never saw a separation. We never saw a separation between we never saw a separation between us and God. As I said, we are the hands, we are the arm, legum, arm, heads of God. Right? Everywhere you turn is the face of God. But we had to go to sleep because the war in heaven damaged this planet so greatly 66 trillion years ago that we had to create a system called religion to atone, or when they say atone, right, for the destruction that we, with our own hands, created. There was no white man that caused the war in heaven. These are all black men and women who went to war over Hecca and went to war over independence. Caused damage to this planet in the creation of the moon. Right? Hmm. So religion had to be created to atone. Atone also is as Mr. Farrakhan, I was at the Million Man March in '95 when he had connected the atom. You know what I'm saying? Which the A and the tone or the tone. And he said that was the 19th. 19 hands coming from the Aten symbol or the Aten symbol. So we had to atone, meaning that the psalms and religions, the singing and praising, those are tones that help healing the planet and help getting it back to its normal expansion of 35,000 square miles. If the planet Earth was 35,000 square miles before the war in heaven, meaning that the planet was bigger, and it was suitable to fit everybody on the planet. There was no such thing as overpopulation that Bill Gates coming up with this virus and working with Dr. Fauci in the population program. There was no need for that prior to 66 trillion years ago because the planet Earth was in 35,000 years of circumference, so the planet Earth was bigger and portals was open so we can have people exodus through these portals. A million people go to this world and populate this world and give some stress off of this planet using all the resources. But we lost that during the war of the gods. This is in the Greek myth. In the Greek myth, this is Zeus and the rest of his siblings going to war with Kronos with his uncle, with his father Kronos and his uncles that's with Kronos or Saturn. And that all represents the old world solar system. That war was that war. The old world solar system of the red sun, the gods was at war with those colonists of Anunnaki that was on this planet and these and other planets in the yellow sun solar system. So that's the Greek myth broken down. But the damage was so jacked up that we had to create the religion in order to bring about a compensation to through atonement or tones, creating tones, positive vibrations, right, to heal the planet, right, and build the mass back up. So so there was always a time where they would kick off the God sports. That's where the Olympics come from, and the Anunnakis on each given planet will go up and do all these contests to prove that they're gonna be the next supreme God or the next Amun Ra, right? And everybody else who didn't show their power, was not able to show forth their power, right? They didn't get to become Amun Ra. They didn't get to become Allah. They didn't get to become Jah, Jehovah. They just remained the regular Elohim, or what the scriptures call angels. And they will all work for the supreme God. Yeah. But they all are gods and goddesses in their own right and over their own stations. But and under their own lieutenants and generals or whatever structure, hierarchy under them. But they would have to be up under the one who won God sports. And it's just like just like millions of sperm cells are traveling to that oval, right? All of them are trying to make it to that oval, but only one sperm is gonna. Well, sometimes it's more, but general is that sperm cell that enters that oval and become Amun Ra. The Amun is in the womb of time and space. You can't touch him. He's in the womb of time and space. Right? But he can manifest whenever he feel like it. He can manifest to anybody in any religion, in any race, whenever he feel like it. Right? He can be Amun and then make himself Ra at will when he feel like it. Right? And so can you. You can turn your physical invisible and your visible physical if you're on a higher level of consciousness. Going back to us going to sleep, we had to go to sleep because this is all dealing with the atonement process. Not unfortunately, but fortunately for those gods and goddesses, those Anunnaki, those Elohim on the other planets in our solar system that got civilization rolling, on the 6 other planets, they didn't have to go to sleep. They kept all their knowledge itself, all the technology going. That's why NASA is trying to be careful on these planets, because it's Anunnaki with their Stargate weapons, ready to blast something out of the sky. What do you think happened was it 85 or 86 when that space shuttle went up? That was Anunnaki blew that out of the sky because they had plans on colonizing one of the planets that the gods had the planetary civilization going. They already communicated with NASA already. Don't try to try to colonize these planets. We saw what you did to this planet over the span of 500 years. You're not gonna do that to our planets, and that's what's kicking off in the scripture, in the book of Revelation. That's what's kicking off the war Armageddon, because there was a hard-headed attempt by the wealthy elite of this planet to go out into space and go get these planets. But you can't claim nothing that you didn't create. The Anunnaki, the Elohim, the Neteru, the Orisha, whatever you want to call them, they are a race of planet creators. You cannot claim something that you did not create. That's like me creating a garden in my backyard, got apples, oranges, and watermelons and all that, and then my neighbor like three houses down come and say, I wanna claim that them tomatoes, I wanna claim them pumpkins. so I can make me some money. F you. Then that means that now I got to go to war with my neighbor 3 houses down because you want to come and get my fruit. Next thing you're going to want to come get my wife. Next thing you're going to want to come get my daughter. Next thing you're going to want to get my car and you want to go get my house. If I let you do that. Next thing you're going to want the clothes off my back. So that's why they already sent the message, don't come and try to colonize. And we're going to be just like you in our atmosphere. We're going to let our ships be in your atmosphere. And if you move on us, we're going to move on you. This is what's going on. There's a silent war between the Anunnaki and the governments of this planet. Not just the U.S. government, Russia, China, all these governments are being put on notice by the Anunnaki of the other planets. And this is why we have to elevate ourselves and return back to being Anunnaki or Neteru so we don't get caught up in somebody else's wrath. So we don't get caught up in somebody else's cosmic ass whipping, right? That's why we got to keep our frequencies rised up and build communities. We build communities and get everybody on the right mind and send out the right frequencies. That's what's going to bring about the rapture of your community. Not being raptured into the clouds, but being raptured into the motherships, right? So individuals like Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, they represented the awakening of the consciousness of the people. They represented the roosters. Marcus Garvey, they represented the roosters. And people like the COINTELPRO up under, not the people, but people like J. Edgar Hoover, who kicked off the FBI's infamous COINTELPRO, were the agents who were responsible for killing the roosters. So they would kill the roosters. That's what their job was to do. So by us waking up mentally, we're waking up our powers of telekinesis, our powers of telepathy, our powers of teleportation. We're waking up the technology that is that's built up under the ancient temples and the ancient cities of the planet Earth. That's what we're waking up. We're waking up all of the technology. We're waking up all of everything, the ancient golden cities. We're waking up everything. All right. So I was also being transmitted that prior to 500 years ago, we had a symbiotic connection with time and space. We had a symbiotic connection with other dimensions. We had a symbiotic connection with the laws of physics. So just like you got on Amazon, you're going to go to Amazon and go get that what's it called it, that Echo box or whatever it is, that box, what they call it, is on the tip of my tongue. That little voice box, Alexa. And you could say, Alexa, turn on YouTube. Alexa, turn on Netflix, right? Some technologies turn on the lights, right? Prior to 500 years ago, a lot of people don't even know that there was internet on the planet. There was internet on the planet for trillions of years. Internet is not new. Electricity, none of that is new. Cars, planes, we had all that stuff going, right? None of that is new. But with the colonial powers of Spain and England in France, they made everybody on the planet start over with them. They made us start over with them, right? So our technology, our Anunnaki technology, became written off in fairy tales as magic. I like the word magic, but it can give a wrong interpretation for those who just watch the TV, right? Magic really is a symbiotic interdimensional, interplanetary, intergalactic, Anunnaki, mental technology. Because this technology is mental, right? It's technology all the same, but it's mental technology. And it's mental technology. You can manipulate wood, you can manipulate metal, you can manipulate colors, you can manipulate sound, you can manipulate frequencies and vibrations, right? And get them to do work in accordance to your, as Aleister Crowley said, magic is change in conformity with will, right? So the concept of the Force in Star Wars is real, right? As I said before, George Lucas got his idea of the Jedi Knights from the ancient Sufi masters. So prior to us falling asleep, where we had our full consciousness, we could say a word, we could say food, right? An abundance of food go to sister such and such in Turkey. Or an abundance of food and gold and treasure go to brother such and such in Ethiopia. So we will use the science of Nebuchadnezzar to Ra. I say Nebuchadnezzar because Nebuchadnezzar was the first one who spoke his name into existence. He spoke himself into existence out of being divine mind into being divine man by saying his own name first. Right? Then Ra came along later on and carried that same science. Actually, Ptah came along. First it was Nebuchadnezzar, then you got Ptah. Ptah visualized and he spoke Ra. And then when Ra, trillions of years later, here come Ra coming to his own and he speaks things into existence. Right? Now, I was also saying though, before any God was able to speak anything into existence, you had to stand on a foundation. And that foundation is Ma'at, right? Which represents the solidness. This is where I'm standing on my square. That comes with Ma'at. Ma'at is the square that we stand on. Meaning, let me show you what I'm talking about. She represents the base. She represents the basis. You know, the building blocks in the mathematics of time and space of the universe. Anything else you could think of. None of the gods was able to build without Ma'at. So as we look at Ptah, right? Who is also coined the master builder. You know, that's the first concept of the master builder came from with Ptah. You see Ptah right there. What is he standing on? Ptah is standing on his square, right? You have to have a solid foundation in order to build, right? Could you stand on water and build? Could you stand on some sinking mud and build? You have to stand on a solid surface. That foundation is whatever organization or school of thought or spirituality or community that you're a part of. They're your backbone. They holding you up. You ain't homeless trying to become a millionaire. You're all homeless and stuff. You gotta speak your house into existence, brother. You know what I'm saying? Or at least speak a hotel into existence or something. You know what I'm saying? Or you trying to move by yourself like the European Jew scholar. I forgot his name that I posted. Do you have a community that's going to be your foundation? They're going to make sure you straight. You need to pay for a business license, whatever you need. You need a building to use so you can operate an office out of. And somebody own a building and they got some office space and they can donate an office space. You know, do your woman got your back? Is she showing up at certain functions that you going to? So people can see that the queen, they're going to knowledge, but here the wisdom is supporting. The queen may not be involved. She may not even like the functions, but she's showing up anyway as to show the support. Do you got Do you got that foundation? Your family, your sisters and brothers, or your mama, if she's alive, your pop's alive. If not, do you got a good friend? So that right there is what's being stood on, that square right there. You know what I'm saying? The foundation. That's the Mayat. So the Pharaoh stood on Mayat, stood on truth stood on righteousness. Could you stand on your word? If you say that you represent knowledge itself, if you represent uh, the Kabbalah, Sufism, Masonry, Theosophy, Rosicrucianism, you know what I'm saying? Islam, Christianity, Judaism, Buddhism, and then here comes some tyrant that comes up and start shutting down religion or start shutting down learning the esoteric knowledge that's going to build you up, or policies that's coming into your school where your children go to, and saying that your little 5-year-old son can call himself a girl and wear a dress and you can't say nothing, right? Or they say take this experimental jab, even though you may die in 2 years because we're not sure. Take it anyway, or you lose your job or your contract. Do you have the heart to stand in your square and say not only no, but hell no? Not only no, but hell no. Do you got the heart to take your children out of these schools that's trying to put your son in a dress? That's trying to tell your daughter to go ahead and grow a mustache. It's okay for her to grow a mustache and go get gender surgery behind your back. It's okay for your son to go get his wee cut off and be a full-time female and without your permission or your knowledge. Do you have the strength or the heart to pull your children out of that school and get with those people of like mind, form a community, and build your own school? Do you got the heart to say, no, I'm not, I'm going to go get another doctor, another hospital. Y'all trying to put the mark of the beast on me, trying to give me genetics. They trying to give me eugenics funded vaccines paid by Bill Gates and Dr. Fauci. You trying to give me these stuff, they're poison, and they depopulate into depopulation. Something that can end up making you sterile, you can't even have children. Now good, I'm not taking that. And you know what? The hell with your job. And the hell with your contract. Do you have the balls, brothers, to do that? Sisters, do you got the heart to do that? To stand on that square like Ptah and visualize what you want, and knowing that the atoms of the universe, the atoms of time and space, will crystallize what you want into existence with or without their help. Do you have that? And this is the strength that we walk as gods and goddesses in the ancient times. This is why the Arabs, even when they describe black people in general, and we still had our powers of telekinesis and telepathy, because the pyramids were not built with human hands. The pyramids were built with the mind. They were visualized, right? They was crystallized, right? And they was telekinetically moved, not with no cranes, not by no spaceships, but they was moved by the men and women who lived on the planet Earth, telekinetically and teleportationally. This divine mental technology is called Heka. So it was through the use of Heka, or what is commonly called magic, right? This divine technology was used by those who used their minds and not their hands. And this is why when they show Ptah, you notice that Ptah, his hands are wrapped like a mummy. letting you know he's not using his hands, he's using his mind. But ever since coming out of so-called slavery, they've been wanting the black man of America to use nothing but his hands, like a mule, to build, to use his hands until he die, right? But not us Nubian Sufi men. We Nubian Sufi men are not using our hands to do any labor. We're using our minds to move 1,000-ton bricks. We're using our minds to move millions of 1,000-ton bricks to build pyramids, right? I'm not even using my mind to fight. When I was a teenager, I was always getting into fist fights with people. Your head nappy. What? I'm a teenager, 15 years old. I'm getting kicked out in school, or kicked off a job, fighting on a job, and all type of stuff. Fighting over females. You know, got guns put on me when I was 16. And told him I was such a fool. Either I was a fool or I was just a young lion cub. I don't care about that pistol. You better shoot if you're going to shoot. That was me. If you're going to shoot, shoot. From St. Louis going up on the East Coast where when you get into a fight with one person on the East Coast, when you're in New York or D.C., you get into one fight with one kid, a whole neighborhood coming out. And I've been in elementary school at 8 years old with me and my little homie. 8 years old. And we get into it, we fighting a whole dozen of kids. Bam! I'm doing karate, like the Kung Fu karate that I learned after watching the TV, with the Kung Fu. I'm doing made up TV Kung Fu. And it was working. I was whooping some too. You know? And my mama anime, she was the type of woman that said, if you get into a fight and lose, I'm going to whoop you. So now I got to whoop you so I won't get a whooping. I got to whoop all 20 of you so I won't get a whooping. I'd rather whoop all you and save my ass from getting a whooping. So grew up where we had to fight like that in the East Coast. And that's what gave me the mentality of having a crew, of having a posse, because you never know when you're going to have to need your posse with you. You may be talking polite and kind to somebody, right? But all of a sudden, somebody ignorant come and F you, nigga, get out of here. What? You say something? But then I had to do like Malcolm X and put that finger up, and here come a whole army of FOI. I had to do like Malcolm X and put that finger up, here comes a whole army of Black Panthers. I had to put that finger up like Malcolm X, here comes a whole army of brothers. Right? So we have the power in these days and time, as we already only a nose length into the age of Aquarius. We just now entering the age of Aquarius between 1975 and this time. We only a nose piece in the age of Aquarius, where we're moving out of being physical, doing physical work. More people are doing apps. This is why Joe Biden was summoned by the World Economic Forum to go after people's cash apps, to go after people's PayPals, to go after people's Venmos. You just promised them, you just threatened them if they didn't take the mark of the beast that you're gonna cut off their jobs. They can't work. But they found another way to get income. If they found another way to get income, that we the banker elite, we the wealthy elite, we the World Economic Forum, we can't live off of their money if they're going online. Right? If they're working online. We can't live off of getting $400 or $500 worth of interest off of their paychecks that they gotta wait a week or two to get. We can't live off the thousands of dollars that their socials are really worth whenever we process the check and we able to open up that little gap and pull about $3,000 to $30,000 to $300,000 out of their Social Security card numbers that they don't even know that they have. We can't blood suck the masses of the people if they're going and becoming entrepreneurs. So look, if you want our financial support, Mr. Biden, go after their apps, go after their PayPals, go after their Venmos, and then communicate it that they will have to report this as income to the IRS. So if I got a sister in this state and a brother in this state, auntie in this state and an uncle in that state, and I may have just lost my job, right? Oh, I got a new job and I need some uniforms. Oh, I got a whole company that I'm starting off, and I just need some money for equipment, and they know I'm gonna be successful and prosperous, and they sending me PayPal and Cash App and all that. And now what you say, I gotta report that it's income, like I'm going to punch a clock at the Mickey D's at the warehouse. So that's a way, family, to financially oppress us and prevent us from breaking free from the chains of the beast, right? But as it said in the Quran, man plans, Allah plans, but Allah is the what? Best of planners. God, Jah, Jehovah, Amarad, is the best of planners. Right? Because see, these world elites, they got their power during the age of the Pisces. Right? These world elites came into power 500 years ago. This was like the last few centuries of the age of Pisces. The age of Aquarius is the age of freedom, the age of liberty, the age of exploration and alternative forms of income, alternative forms of healing, where the doctors of this world, they will let you die in the emergency room if you don't have their insurance. This is why anybody that wants to get insurance, give me about a good month until I go through the exam and set up my office space, and I will be posting my card for anybody that want to get insurance. And I'm not talking about death insurance when you die. I'm talking about insurance when you're alive, right? I'm talking about insurance where if you can't work, you could pull out a $10,000 a month check, right? You can insure your not just your cars. You can insure your house. You can put up a policy that your sons or daughters will be able to cash a $1 million plus policy out when they turn 18. They ain't gotta go work. They ain't get for nobody else. They can start their business or go to college, whatever. Because you may not live to see them turn 18. So I can help them by helping you when we get that kicked off. But back to the manuscript. A lot of our people don't care about insurance, which is like $20-$30 a month. Because $1 is $1,000 worth of insurance. Did y'all know that? $1 is $1,000 worth of insurance. I'm giving away a trade secret, so you could do business with us, do business with me. $1. So if you paid $100 into your insurance, you got $100,000 worth of insurance. But we would rather go buy cigarettes, rather go buy the beer, rather go buy all this. When somebody can tell you, hey, go get insurance, I'm not interested, right? But then you get in a car crash, your mama gets sick, your wife gets sick, your husband gets sick, your daughter, your son gets sick, right? And you go to the hospital with no insurance, and they don't tell you no, they tell you hell no. Just like going to the bank without making no deposits, right? But if you die in a car crash, they take your lungs and sell your lungs for $30,000. But they won't give you no free health care. So in this world that we in, is based on that aspect. It's still based on a slave mentality. So mostly everybody that got a job, whether they white, black, or Chinese, you're a slave. Whether you white, black, or Asian, you're a slave. And so they wanted to basically crush and stop the entrepreneur movement. Because in the age of Aquarius, the healers will heal you for free. You got burnt all over your face. The technology that's coming in, the Anunnaki technology that's coming in and that's resurrected on this planet, being reactivated. A sister or brother that got burnt all up can go through one of our Anunnaki machines or portals and step back in, and their whole body is new, like they never got burnt. Person that's crippled up, legs jacked up, can come back walking. This is the technology that Yahshua, Jesus, was using, but they put not a mysticism, but a mystery spookism involved. They was using Anunnaki technology to make the miracles, and it's the priest of Ptah who are in charge of this technology. So the man that you call Jesus was a part of the priesthood of Ptah. Prophet Muhammad got initiated into the priesthood of Ptah. So the technology, the Anunnaki technology that's coming into the age of Aquarius is going to make obsolete this Adamite technology that we got to pay and die if we don't got money to pay for it. This is free technology to the people that's coming. And those working elite, they're being the planet is rotating them out of power and rotating us who are gods and goddesses into power, right? And just like I said about Queen Elizabeth, she didn't want to give up until the gods stopped her clock, right? Then her son becomes the king, right? But what about the original black inhabitants of Britain, who are descendants of Moors, right? Who are descendants of even older than that of the ancient Nubians. So, as we stand on our square, right, as we basically be like Ptah, we visualize what we want and we speak it into existence. But I'm telling you now, of this upgraded teaching, it's the same teaching. And I was saying about the Arabs. The ancient Arabs called black people genies. They called us genies. As you see the cartoons, Bugs Bunny, and all these cartoons, you see a black man with a big turban, you know, and they got some fake Arabic, like he make fun of, Bugs Bunny make fun of a salami, when it's supposed to be salam. Right? And these black men, right, with Nubian Sufis or Moors or whatever you want to call them, they had their power of telekinesis, telepathy, or to manifest what they want. They didn't have to walk around. They didn't have to say, I need to go get a job. Why would a genie say I'm going to go get a job for? I need to get a job so I can get some money. Dang, I need a car so I can get somewhere. When a genie has the power to speak into existence what he wants. Here, treasure of gold, gold bars, banquet table full of food, right? For my hungry disciples. That's what Sufi master did. It was reported that Sufi master materialized a banquet table. It even spoke about it in the lost books of the Bible how Yahshua, the man you know as Jesus, materialized a banquet table full of food for his disciples, right? Not Ashra Quays, I almost said correct. Satya Sai Baba materialized jewelry and food out of the thin air, right? So when black people existed around the world as genies, we were free. We didn't need nobody's money, right? We didn't need anybody's money for food, clothing, and shelter, because we had a symbiotic connection with the entire planet, and a symbiotic connection with the other planets, and a greater symbiotic connection with the whole universe as God, right? Hmm. So if we was to say, if we was walking down, if we was in Egypt and we just want the shortcut and go to the other side of the continent, Ghana, we just say Ghana, right? We would just call Ghana to us. Maybe a little dizzy, but we turn around, we in Ghana, right? So the science that they said Sunday we won't be teaching we're gonna be teaching taoist immortality and stuff like that. The Heka classes is where that's a paid class. The Sunday classes is for free. But the Heka classes, because I want everybody to strive to attain immortality, physical immortality. It is a possibility that we don't have to die. We just gotta extend our life force. And then we gotta know how to shift our physical body into energy body at will. You know what I'm saying? And back and forth. And but first gotta raise up the wheel of reincarnation. So we're gonna teach that all for free. But the Heka classes are not gonna be for free. Heka class is gonna be $500 a month for a 4-week class. Because we're teaching you something that will make you into not just a millionaire but a damn billionaire. And the wealthy elites, they study everything that I'm telling you. They study about the Anunnaki, they study about the Kabbalah, the astrology, the Hermetics. They study this stuff and keep it, but they don't bring it around you because they need to have people that will work and serve them as employees, as customers. So they study how to send energies and direct people, and they get hired marketing directors and brand ambassadors to run campaigns and whatnot, have these seminars, what have you, become Fortune 500 companies on Forbes, and they only share it with their circle, right? And then they get to be gods over you. So you praying, oh God, I need a job, and here come them. They'll step in and be God over you because you don't know how to be God over yourself, right? That's not what we Nubian Sufis want to do. We want to show you how to be God over yourself, right? Even a lot of you are shocked at what I said, but if you go back to the Old Testament, did not the scriptural Yahweh or Yahuwah say, the God of the Old Testament, did he not say to Prophet Moses or Prophet Musa, I'm going to make you a God before Pharaoh. I'm going to make you a God, meaning I'm going to invest power in your hands, and you're going to be on an equal setting as Pharaoh at that time. Now, when they see Pharaoh, they never explain which Pharaoh, right? The interpretation, especially a lot of these preachers, they know, wicked Pharaoh, but they can't tell you which Pharaoh was it. Was it Pharaoh Seti? Was it Pharaoh Tahaka? Is it Pharaoh Ramses? Which Pharaoh are we talking about, right? But to say I'm going to make you for the Most High God under that title or under that name, to say I'm going to make you a God before this other ruler who's ruling as a God, that speaks volumes, right? So, and gave in the power, say, made him a God. As a God, the Red Sea was parted. As a God, plagues came down. So this let you know that we have power over time and space. We have power over the laws of physics. When the Pharisees got rid of the stone, the man that you know as Jesus, who the Dead Sea Scrolls in the Gnostic scriptures called Yahshua, right? He said, why have you stoned me? And he said, you, a man, making yourself to be God, right? Or making yourself to be a God, which would have been a better translation of that. But then he repeated out of Psalms 82 to them, to the Pharisees. Is it not written in your scriptures that ye are gods, right? And if he said that if they say that, and he was saying he speak up the Anunnaki Elohim. If they say, they say this, how could the scripture? How could you refute the scripture, right? If he called them that, how could you refute it? So if I'm moving beyond going through life every day, beyond being a natural man, a worldly man, and I'm moving as a person with divine knowledge, and you see forces, magnetic forces pulling people to me, right? And you seeing when I tell the rain to shut its mouth, the rain shut its mouth, because I said peace be still, and the rain is thunder right before your eyeballs shut its mouth, right? Only a God can shut the mouth of a storm, right? An old regular Negro can't shut the mouth of the storm, right? But I shut the mouth of the storm, right? And I'm moving in a way that's pulling people together, right? For divine purpose. And miracles are happening in people's life. Only a God can do that. So we have the ability to do that, and that's going into the age of Aquarius, which initiating the planet Earth back into being a planet Earth of gods and goddesses. No longer just men and women, but a planet Earth, a global paradise of gods and goddesses. All right? That's what we're going into. Right? In the Holy Quran, it says that the believers will be wearing green silk and gold embroidery, right? And will be sitting on thrones, right? And the paradise will be of milk, honey, and wine. And some of y'all going to go get y'all a glass, right? But we talking about a different type of wine, family. We talking about a spiritual wine. But peep game, it said that the believers will have mansions, right? And this is where it ties in with the book we're going to get on part 2. We're going to get that book called The Unveiling of Secrets. Because in the Holy Quran by itself, it says that God himself, it says Allah himself, Jah himself, himself, not a spook God. God ain't got nobody. God ain't got nobody, but he walked through the cools of the garden in Book of Genesis, right? Holy Quran says everywhere you see is the face of God. A God that got a face but no body, right? That's why we say arm, leg, arm, head. You get rid of the spookism. But the Holy Quran says God himself, his illuminating self, his eternally illuminating self will walk up to the believers and give them wine. Right? And tell them, welcome to paradise. But a lot of Orthodox Islam Arabs who want to claim political points, putting bombs to them and blowing themselves up, thinking they're gonna go to paradise. You're not going to the paradise. You're going to the realm of reincarnation, and probably a horrible reincarnation. Right? Not going to a paradise. There is no afterlife type of paradise. Paradise is right here, right now. Paradise is a field of existence. Just like in Buddhism, you got nirvana. It's a field of existence that you can enter even while you're still alive. That goes to the Sufi aspect of the salute, which is the Sufi version of shamanism. You can enter paradise while you're alive, right? So we talking about a global paradise. We talking about a heaven on earth reality. That's what we talking about, not nothing when we die. But guess what? Also, The Holy Quran, if I didn't mention this, says that the believers will be sitting on thrones with their wives. Right? It didn't say that the man gonna be sitting on a throne by himself, patting himself on the back, right? Chest pumped out. But it says that next to that man, his wife will be sitting on the throne. I said his wife will be sitting on the throne. Now, the Holy Quran does not speak about no transgender stuff. It don't speak about no same-sex marriage. It don't say that the believing man is gonna sit on the throne with his believing husband, right? Or the believing woman is gonna sit with her believing. It doesn't say none of that. It is strictly adhering to the laws of physics dealing with the positive, which is the male, and the negative, which is the feminine, the yin and the yang, right? And no group, no LGBTQ, no trans movement, none of that is going to interfere or persuade or change the mind of trillions of years of active intergalactic, interdimensional cosmic energy that always and forever will express itself in a unison of male and female energy. God, goddess, yin, yang, knowledge, wisdom, sun, moon. You are the star. When you combine that energy together within yourself, that sacred marriage, right? So as we merge more and more into this age of Aquarius, all of our powers are at our disposal. So when I spoke about the aspect of being the genies, right, and what the as us returning back to being genies, when we were the genies, talking about black people, right, we did not say, "Oh, this is all to myself." We shared the alchemy with others. So when we was the genies, you know, the Nubian Sufis, we it's genies. That's when you hear about the Knights Templar and all that, and they came across us as genies, and we gave them our alchemy, so they could be able to do what they do, right, and build where they build. This is why you got magic literature and magic and wizardry and sorcery and alchemical literature is of medieval literature throughout Europe right now. All that originated with the East, with those master magicians and wizards of the East, right? So there's a lot of things that's trying to come to me. I told you it's going to be power packed. I do want to mention though that we have been misled, not just black but all people. We have been misled to when they say, "Hey, I'm going beast mode." I'm never going to say I'm going beast mode. I'm going God mode. But we've been put in this situation where us not knowing that our wealth is not limited to this paper dollar, right? And so, oh, I'm about to get put out this house. Oh, I'm about to lose my car. You know what I'm saying? I'm about to lose my woman. I'm about to lose my man, right? I got to rob. I got to sell my soul. I got to go to the blood bank and risk getting HIV, messing with their there's the 50% possibility unsterile blood transfusions, right? I got to do whatever I can to eat, right? You see some people out there shaking a cup for some money, right? So hunger is the realm of hunger is in the navel chakra, right? And a person gets so hungry they will eat they will eat the flesh. As we seen when that plane crashed some years ago, and the people was plane crashed and it was frozen, and the people were so hungry they ate the passenger that died. They committed cannibalism. They were so hungry. And some of these people still alive, and they have a nightmares that they had to eat human flesh, right? Because they was that hungry. No one knew or even thought they may have had the ability, if they can focus on where they want to be and teleport, right? Because we all been conditioned to be about the hands and out of the mind. So we have done a lot of savagery on ourselves and on each other. I reflect, there are some cats that be coming, neighborhood cats, you know, and that be coming, they always coming to the house, and they know people gonna feed the cat. They gonna give them some food, whatever, right? But I guess that 1 week they may not was getting too much food. You know what I'm saying? And the cats were so hungry. They were so hungry, so hungry. Cat was so hungry. I come back and the cat was eating on it. Because I said, I'm not going to get this cat. No. This cat, I'm not going to give him nothing next 2 days. You know what I'm saying? Let the other neighbor give him. But I guess nobody fed the cat. And the cat was so hungry, I came back and the cat was eating a squirrel. The cat was eating a squirrel. And I was like, what the? I mean, it blew my mind because I never thought that a cat could eat a squirrel. You know, I'm thinking that a squirrel was probably on an equal basis of a cat. The cat most likely go try to eat a Tweety bird or eat a mouse. But a cat got that hungry and killed a squirrel. Then the other cat was eating it. You know, because they got a taste of that human food and they couldn't get it. Like it may have been, I know it may have been an addiction. You know, because they put a lot of sugar and preservatives and a lot of stuff. Even if you give them some cat food, you know what they may put in there. You know what I'm saying? That can be addictive or whatever it is. But for the cat to get that hungry that they ate a damn squirrel, right? That was some wisdom in that lesson. That shocked me, right? Think about that. Imagine if I was shrunk down if I went to the Honey, I Shrunk the Kids scientist and he accidentally shrunk me down to the size of a damn mouse. Those squirrels would instead of me patting them and giving them some little kibbles and bits, the cat would have ate me up, right? As a tiny little being. So that was showing me the science of hunger, right? And some of us have that hunger as human beings, right? Some of us had that hunger as human beings. And I was also watching a YouTube video in regards of the cat family. And there was a man who got out, because there was a lion walking around, but it was an old man, and he got out the gate and was walking around and saw the lion. The man looked like he was about 70 years old, and the lion saw him, and he started running from the lion, right? And evidently, because he was an older man, he wasn't able to run fast enough to make it back behind the gate. And that lion jumped on him and grabbed him. And when a lion or a tiger go for you, I believe it's a mercy kill, because their teeth go right into your neck and it kills you instantly. So I think that they instantly kill that prey, and that will free your body from feeling the pain of being chewed on. Right? So the man was like, help me, help me. And he was being dragged by this lion. And I said, oh my God. And somebody said, somebody help him, somebody help him. But when them lions drag you, them tigers drag you, by the time somebody get to you, you're dead. Or a chunk is taken out of you. Right? Lord have mercy. That's like when I saw the video with the tiger, the man in India. He fell off the wall of the zoo, into the other side where the tigers is at. And all the dude was doing, he was praying I guess he was praying to Jesus. White Jesus, whatever he was praying to. He was praying hard and apologizing to the lion, praying, Lord, if you get me out of this. And before 5 minutes was over, that tiger leaped up and grabbed a man and dragged him away while he was screaming. He was screaming until he died. And people was like, stop, stop. But all the people was doing was like, stop that, shoot. And that tiger dragged him like he was a piece of steak. And when they grab you, they drag you to like a bush or somewhere away from everybody so they can eat you in privacy. Right? Because tigers, they about privacy too in their own way. Lions, all that. So by the time they would have got to the man, they said that when they looked at the video again recently, and that they found the damn tiger in the cage with the tiger. The tiger dragged the man to the tiger was in the cage like he was a piece of steak to nibble on whenever the tiger got hungry. Right? Because we still in an age where the animals have been made on defense mode. But as we read about in the Bible, it said when it speaks in reference to heaven on earth or New Jerusalem, it says that the lamb will be able to lay down with the lion, and the lamb would not worry about being harmed when it woke up in the morning, or would not worry about harm when it wake up, something like that reference, paraphrasing. Right? But the animals have become as savage as we the people have become. Right? But the other video I saw at the same time, while I was looking at the one with the lion came and dragged the old man, he ran and he didn't run fast enough. They talking about go get a gun just in case. It's already too late. But the other video I saw, it was the man used magic on the lions. I said he used magic, he used Heka, he used sorcery on the lions. Because it was 3 lions. Right? And the man was trying to make it to the water to get with his I guess that was his ministry or his followers or whatever. They was up the hill, he had to swim in the water, but these lions came out, he wasn't prepared for them. Right? And he put his hands up. This mudra right here in Tantra yoga. You can find it in Hinduism, you can find it in Buddhism. This is called this mudra is the hand for protection. It means protection and it means blessing. I used it for years, especially when I'm going through an objective neighborhood where I know they got robbers and jackers. And I put my hand up like this. I could be walking down the street. This few years ago, I'm walking down the street, and it's about 5 dudes, and I know they follow me because they look at me, maybe I can go get him, rob him or something, right? And I put this up. Whether they know I put it up or not, it sends out a psychic energy. So if you got good intent, you're going to get blessings. And you ain't trying to hurt me, then it'll come. You'll be making your walk as if I wasn't here going to where you're going. But if you had some wicked, scandalous intent, then it won't mean blessing. It'll mean protection, and it'll push you and your wicked ass, harmful aura out of my face if that's what frequency you on. And I've done this before, and the dudes all of a sudden would turn around and go down somewhere else. But a skeptic person would say, man, that was already in their head. I said, I don't want to talk with you. You're trying to discredit my power because you don't use your power. So when I see somebody I think is scandalous or shiesty, and I put this palm up and they go the other direction, then that means that they aura was meaning they was coming to bring me harm. Right? And we look at the statues of Buddha. We look at the statues of Buddha, right? Y'all ain't hearing me. Y'all think y'all ain't hear what I'm saying. When you see the statues of Buddha, what do Buddha do? Right? There we go right here. This is a Buddha statue right here. That's what I put up. And so if a person meaning harm, it'll push their aura away. If they meaning good, it's just gonna send out blessings and they can come through. It's like a gatekeeper. This hand is like an interdimensional gatekeeper, right? The Moors do it all the time. When you do Islam, I come in peace, right? But you all can see in ancient Kemet, right? So that man in India, when the lions came up, he was like this. And he was shouting. And he was shouting a mantra. I don't know, was the mantra toward Vishnu or the mantra toward Shiva or the mantra toward Brahma or the mantra toward Krishna. I don't know what the mantra was, but he was using a form of magic that I know he was using and I know exists because I used it over a decade. Actually, I used it probably about 2 decades. This alone. This has been my gun. This has been my knife. This has been my armor. This has been my shield. This has been my army tank. Right? The same hand that you say hi with is the same hand that you can cast out demons. So that man, he had all green on. And he was like this, 3 lions looking at him. All it takes was one lion to jump up and bite him, and all of them would have been, they bite him and drag him to somewhere. Because they don't just eat you right there. They'll bite on your neck and drag you by your neck. Right? But he was using his sorcery, his tapping into the source of his magic in front of his followers in his community. And he was like this. So he was not looking at the lions as being flesh and blood only. He was looking at the lions having an aura, and he was pushing the aura away. So he was pushing their minds away. Where the mind goes, the body follows. And then all of a sudden, the lions turned around and ran. Y'all, if y'all think I'm lying, I'm gonna post a video after I'm done. The lions turned around and ran. But the person on the video tried to say he was making himself look bigger and all that. Get out of here. Trying to deny the power of God. That man was using the power of God to make the lions turn around. He was manifesting God through himself in an extension of the hand. Because they had the lions, just like a thug on the street that ready to rob somebody, the lions had ill intention. Some of you brothers, I like that female, I want to get with her. Put your palm up. If she walks away, she was the type of woman that'll get you in the bed and call them jump out boys on you while you sleep. This without no gun, no knife, nothing. But the power of God in your hands. Right? You can knock down an elephant without even touching it. So let's go ahead and get to some conclusions, right? on a power that I'm really going to start exercising, a power that I want to teach you this on top of your tongue, right? As I was speaking, and I went off into another topic, but I was speaking about how just like you got the Alexa voice command, Alexa, YouTube, Alexa, Netflix, right? You can also know you can use in the you can also you also could command anything in time and space, but specifically you want to command something that can travel, right? So we know that money travels, right? So instead of saying, "Oh Lord, Lordy, can you give me $2,000 so I can get up on my rent and bills, or give me $25,000, Lordy, Lordy," right? In the ancient Kemetic teachings, Ra or Amon-Ra gave us Heka, right? Gave us power, so we can ward off the winds of fate, right? So we gotta be doing this, right? So we could be the God over our situation, because we was made Khalifas over this planet, right? The Most High said, Moses, I'm gonna make you a God before Pharaoh, right? So don't why you gonna keep coming to me praying for? I'm putting my power in your hand. That's the whole science with the Bruce Almighty, with the Morgan Freeman, who gave power to somebody else to go do what they could do with it, right? But if you don't be righteous with your power, like the world elite ain't trying to be righteous with it, they get moved out of the seats of power. You're gonna get your power taken from you, right? So let's command money, right? Think about your aunties, your cousins, your uncles, your sisters and your brothers, and command money. Because look at money as not being paper, but look at money as being energy. $10,000 go to Brother John. Yeah, I'm telling $10,000. I'm talking to $10,000 as if it's got ears. In the name of Amon-Ra, $10,000 go to Brother John. In the name of Amon-Ra, $50,000 go to Sister Tamika. Right? I ain't saying may. I ain't saying I hope. I'm commanding the money as energy. Right? How dare you think you command money? Why? Because I was made a Khalifa. Right? The Holy Quran said that man was made Khalifa. The Holy Quran says that we subjugated the sun to man. So it's not for me to bow down to the sun, it's for the sun to bow down to me. Adam, and the Bible says, the good book, the Bible says that Adam, right, was given gift of dominion, right? People don't want to recognize that Adam was made into a god. But Adam was not the first man for us Nubian Sufis, right? According to us, Adam was, the Caucasian persuasion, right? What would later become the Caucasian. So it was gods already on the planet before Adam was created. It was gods on the planet for people on the planet that the Arabs called genies, or genie of the John people. You know what I'm saying? It was people living on the planet for 72 trillion years. Adam's story only goes back to 6,606 years, I believe, or 60 years. I gotta get the numbers right, so I don't want to misquote nothing. But over 6,000 years, right? But still, when the gods said, "Let us make man," and Elohim said, "Let us make man," Adam was given dominion over the territory at that time that he was given, right? He was given gift of dominion. He was made into a god, right? In the ancient Kemetic stories, it said Ptah created Atum and made Atum a ruler over the worlds, right? So you have the power to command even letters. You have the power to command even numbers. You could say 1977, come to me, and don't poop your pants when you feel a disorientation and you look around and you see people walking by with afros. You seeing Cadillacs. You seeing movie billboards and posters saying Superfly, Dolomite, right? You see bell bottoms, right? Huh. You see your younger self, or you might see your daddy if you wasn't born in that time period, right? Hmm. You better say 2022 come back to me. You better call 2022 back to you. So you have the power to command time and space. You have the power to command reality. The brothers I say is homeless and their destinies in other realities is millionaires, multimillionaires, but because they made the right decision in an alternate reality, like that show called Sliders. Different realities. You could say brother become a multimillionaire. Brother sleeping in that box in Skid Row become a multimillionaire. Right? That's if they want to. But sometimes they don't know what they want. That you could command time and space. That's that is basically the best kept secret, that there's power of control on our tongue. You don't think I'm going to say it tonight? I'm going to get up and say, $5 million come to me after I'm done talking with y'all, right? And I ain't going to be like, damn, where it's going to come through? Damn, who going to bring it to me? I'm going to take myself out of the equation, right? And put Amara in the middle and let him deal with who within time and space I'm going to meet that's going to facilitate that $5 million coming to me and me putting it in my bank account. All I'm going to say is the word, right? And let the divine energy facilitate it into becoming flesh. Right? So I was thinking about this for a long time, for a few years, just like you got the MoneyGram and the Western Union, we sending money, or PayPal. Joe Biden can't put an IRS on your words of power. I say with my brother Rick, no, my cousin Richard, right, in Milwaukee, right. Let's test this right now. My cousin Richard in Milwaukee. $30,000 go to my cousin Richard in Milwaukee, right? I said it. I'm leaving it alone because I wanted to merge with time and space. If I try to figure out where it's coming from, I might cause an abortion of that magic. Oh, not abortion. I keep saying the wrong word. It might cause a miscarriage of that magic, right? If I tell anybody else what I'm going to say for them, or if somebody say, hey, I need a blessing. Can you give me a blessing? All right, brother, Rick Muhammad, or brother Lyndon Bay. $50,000 go to you. You know what I'm saying? Or in the name of Amara, $50,000 go to you, right? Then I go tell somebody else what I didn't go tell somebody else. They may have doubts, or I tell him, don't tell nobody else, right? Don't tell nobody else. Wait till it materializes, then tell him. But he go tell his cousin. His cousin say, man, that ain't real. Tell his wife, man, you need to go and just worry about that warehouse job. Or you tell his mama, you need to just, that's some witchcraft. You need to just focus on Jesus, on Jeebus, and leave all that other stuff around Islam, that Christian stuff, all that. Leave that stuff alone, right? So it still boils down to the magic being almond until it's time for it to become raw. right? Keep it in the womb. So, so I'm just doing examples right now. But if I get some relatives that call me back or some friends, family that call me back and say they looked at their bank account and saw some money, I'm gonna go bananas. And Peter Popoff was always talking about the divine transactions of people doing testimonies, talking about they got $10,000 in the mail or $20,000 in the mail, and I was like, I was feeding on it for a minute because I got bits of money in the mail after me doing the chant or whatnot. But I don't want to be up on the fickle fate. We don't have time to be up on the fickle fate and waiting on a God somewhere somehow to answer that miracle. I want to be behind that divine transaction, right? So I'm saying, let me see. I'm gonna go to my Facebook, right, and I'm gonna name some random people. And I'm gonna close it out. I'm gonna run some random people to send some magical money to. If these people hit me up and say, man, I got $50,000, then that's what we're gonna be showing you, because this is what's gonna break the monopoly of the world elite when people are sending money to each other from the power of their own tongue, right? You can't tax that. That's basically tax free. You basically go ahead and put a tax exempt self, put a 501c on yourself, because the money that is coming from your mouth is coming through the power of God, right? You can't tax God. God should be taxing us for using the sun and the oxygen, right? But it's been made free. And so as we move to the age of Aquarius, everything is about to become free. So let me go ahead and do these tests, right? With random Facebook friends. $10,000 in the name of Amarah. $10,000 go to Brother Abdul Malik Muhammad. In the name of Amarah, $20,000 go to Sister Alicia Milligan. Now I want to just throw a brother in that I know offhand. Some brothers I know offhand. $500,000 in the name of Amarah. $500,000 go to my brother, my big brother, Basha St. John. All right. In the name of Amarah, $1 million go to my other big brother, Baba Kenamin Bettis. All right. Who else can I? We gotta get some sisters some money too. Sisters are gonna be getting mad. We can't leave them out. Let me see. Just trying to find a random sister. I don't know nobody on the Facebook. It's just about numbers with me, right? And I might say something that resonate to somebody. In the name of Amarah, $30,000 go to Sister Jessica Hunt. This is my homie right here. In the name of Amarah, $80,000 go to Brother Justin Kickett of My City, My Music podcast radio. Who else we got? Now there's some dedicated brothers and sisters that I want to mention their names up front and see if we could send some magical money their way. Oh, Buddha Ali. Okay. In the name of Amarah, $5 million go to Brother Philip Shaw, also known as Buddha Ali. Who else I needed, since we're going to do this? And this is what we're going to be doing. We're going to be sending blessings to each other. All that jealousy and hatred, we want to move that out the way so we can create a heaven on earth for ourselves and our people and the people in general. So I'm trying to figure out who else I can send some blessings to, and then we're going to get ready to shut this down, right? We're going to do like Chuck D was talking about and shut it down, right? So Who else we got I could send something to? All right, so we want to get ready to wrap this up. I just got through talking with the brother. Yeah. In the name of Amun-Ra, in the name of Amun-Ra, $400,000 go to brother, my big brother, C-Dub. Right. Now, when y'all hear these names, right? When you hear your name, right? And this is what we're gonna start doing. When you hear your name, you gotta claim that name. You gotta claim that you gotta claim that. Right? You gotta claim it. That's how that works. If you don't claim it, you can't attain it. Don't say, oh, he's just talking jibber jabber. You gotta claim it. Now, I was talking about the sheikh that brought me in. I ended up finding out that he studied too. Man, there go brother Malik. Y'all know him from Better Family Life. And this is the Sufi teacher I was talking about with the long beard, Lawrence Gallion, also known as Bob Abdullah. And if he blesses us with his presence, we would like to have him do lectures and teach in Venice. So we're gonna send we're gonna do some magical money for them as well. You know what I'm saying? $5 million in the name of Amun-Ra. $5 million go to my sheikh Lawrence Gallion. In the name of Amun-Ra, $7 million go to my big brother Malik Ahmed, A Better Family Life. Right? In the name of Amun-Ra, $90,000 go to Sister Dana Owens James. And there's many more that I could say, but it'll take me all night to mention everybody. But what I'm gonna add another flavor to it as well. Because we want to move time and space out the way of our money. We don't want time and space hanging around. We don't want to wait on our money when we got this beast that's got all type of death floating in the ethers, right? We don't want to wait 2 weeks for a check and the old head said tomorrow is not promised to you, right? Tomorrow is not promised to you. So why should I wait on 2 weeks for a check? You know what I'm saying? If I lose my physical, right, and my check shows up, you won't give my check to my queen, right? You won't let my queen cash my check if I'm gone. You won't let my family members get my check. My check goes right back into your pockets, right? Along with the $500 or more interest that you got on me waiting, me waiting on my check, right? I want to get paid today, right? I want to get paid right now. We want right now money in these days and time, right? Because they say tomorrow's not promised, but we want to extend our life force so we can promise ourselves with more tomorrows. So I'm going to send a few more, and I'm going to shut it down like Chuck D, right? So let me see some names right here. Some of these names, I don't want to say the names wrong. All right, let's do this one. This name right here. Let me get my big sister, because my big sister Michelle, when I had that situation in Texas, my big sister Michelle, she really kicked in like Bruce Lee. And I know my sister Sabrina on here, she listened to me sometimes, so I'm gonna send both of them something. And all y'all gotta do, if y'all hear your name, claim it, right? Claim it. I prefer you claim it in the name of Amun-Ra, but you know I'm sending this out to people of all faiths and religions, so I won't expect people to call the Most High the name I call him, right? But just claim the power and let it be translated in your tradition, right? So in the name of Amun-Ra, $5 million go to my sister Michelle. And my sister Sabrina, go ahead, tighten you up. In the name of Amun-Ra, $5 million go to my big sister Sabrina. All right. Now, if my nephew is listening, nephew, I want you to be working with me, working with your uncle. Talking about I got a bunch of nephews. Get you on your feet, right? And I heard you working graveyard shifts. I'm not gonna let them tax your life force, drain all your young life force out you. We're gonna put you in a suit and tie with your uncle and your other cousins, right? So $200,000 go to my nephew Anthony Edward Jefferson. Right now. So now I'm gonna start putting the right now at the end of it, right? Just in case people don't claim it enough time. So I'm gonna put either right now or the amen to it, right? Or the ashe to it. So I'm gonna be tweaking this and putting this together so the formulas will be easy and teachable, right? And we're gonna get into the science of telling money where it needs to go, right? We need to get back into the science of being those genies, right? Because then we can let's go and let's not say nothing about the money now. Let's now go take it to the next level and start talking about assets and properties, right? So now I want to get a house, right? My credit is crashed, shot, ran over by a truck, right? Too embarrassing to look at. You know what I'm saying? Too embarrassing to show his face, right? I look at my bank account and fly buzz out, right? And it may take me 6 months to a year to accumulate paychecks and all that stuff to get what I'm trying to get, right? So I'm moving all that out the way. I'm moving all the laws of physics and time and space out the way. And I'm just going to say it like this. Brand new $3 million beachfront mansion in Venice be given to me. I want some more wheels. Let me look and see what cars they got. Matter of fact, let me get me a Mercedes. Brand new 2022 Mercedes be given to me. But how about I just go get one from 2023? Get them while they fresh and ain't fresh off the market. Brand new milk white 2023 Mercedes Benz be given to me right now. Amen. Amen. So more to be. Ashe. And when we say these things, we leave it alone. We don't think, we don't meditate, we don't get into it. We go about our regular day, whether we got a job or we work for self. We don't get it in magic's way. We don't get in hecker's way. We get out the way. We say what we say and get out of the way. It's like what the Christians say, let go and let God. We say what we say and we get out of the way, right? And then within the mechanisms of time and space, it'll happen. So the same thing is with prosperity, you could do with healing. If we're going to, that's why they said when the people came to see the man named Jesus to get healed, right? And he said, your faith has healed you. Just the word alone can heal the whole body, cure the body of AIDS, cure the body of cancer, cure the body of Parkinson's disease, bring back strength to the bones of the broken up man or the broken up woman or the broken up child. Brother say he been blind. He been blind. He brother can be 30 years old, 40 years old. Say he been blind since he been 10 years old. I say, brother, here, I'm gonna put these shades on you. Get these shades right here. He said, oh, why you put them shades on me? Why you put them shades on me? I can't see through those shades. Put them on anyway, right? Right? Sight, return to those eyes. In the name of Amun-Ra, sight, return to his eyes. Or in the name of Amun-Ra, sight, return to your eyes. But imagine the shock he would have had if he didn't have the shades on. Because the shades got that dark tint. So he's seeing the form, but whoa, because some people mentally, psychologically, would not be able to bear the power of a miracle. Right? Some people might faint, fall out, and die. Because they've been so conditioned to the brick and stone reality of the physical plane. But we come to let you know we can't wait on you to get ready for miracles. We can't wait on this brother to get ready for miracles. We can't wait on this sister to get ready for miracles. We can't wait on your mama, your daddy, or your son, or your daughter, your church, your mosque, your synagogue, your ashram. We can't wait on nobody to get ready for miracles, because this is the Black Messiah movement, and we come to bring miracles back to the planet Earth, family. Because it's only through the power of miracles can we free the people, right? From those who want to keep the people in bondage, right? So if I get a chance, because I had a chance to go to the prisons, right? Not as a prisoner. I have the chance right now today as I'm talking to y'all. I have the chance and the opportunity, if I wanted to, right, to go to the state of Missouri, to go to the state of California, the state of any state in the continental United States of America. I can go register to be a chaplain for the prisons in America. I said I have the power to go and the access and the ability and also the permission to get to be a registered chaplain and go back into the prisons, not as a prisoner, but to go into the prisons and the jails as a chaplain, right? And bring a healing message to the inmates, right? Make sure they're getting their literature and not being harassed on the yard by these COs, right? So when we do have the structure in the community, the Nubian Sufi structure solidified and active, and I have other leaders, brothers and sisters who are teaching what I teach, right? Or my caliphs, then I can say, let me go ahead and become a registered chaplain with the Department of Correction and go back into hell. As they say, Jesus went into hell, right? They said that Jesus went into hell. And what did he do? He gorilla pimp smacked Satan and took the keys out of his hands. And he set the prophets and the patriarchs free. He set Adam free. He set Abraham free. He set all of the patriarchs and all of the souls that was misled by the devil. He set them free, right? He gorilla pimp smacked Satan and took the keys out of his hands, right? So I'm going to go into the prisons and I'm going to gorilla pimp smack the Satan or the lower self that's in the brothers, the misdirected and the miseducational cause of them getting swallowed up by the beast. And I'm going to make sure they got their Nubian Sufi literature, right? I'm going to make sure they understand that they have the power to change the past. They have a power to get another reality in which they never got locked up for burglary. They never got locked up for murder. They never got locked up and sitting in there for 40 years to life, going to die in the prisons and never get to be out to raise their children. Never get to be out to be a benefit of their community, even though they got knowledge itself and now they're a preacher or in jail or in a nation or something, but they doing positive, but their positive works cannot leave the bars. I'm going to let them know that they got a power on their tongue, that they can say, they can go and get into the negative confessions of Maya. I have not robbed. I have not stolen. I have not killed. And then the reality will transform around themselves. And then I go talk to the guard and say, our brother such and such is doing well, isn't he? And they're going to say, who? There's no person like that in our cell. And I turn back and he's not in the cell no more when I go back to visit, right? Because he changed the future. He did not decide to get in the car with his fake homies and they robbed the bank. That he changed his mind, that he didn't get into it with his wife or baby mama and somebody got shot or stabbed or whatever. That he changed the destiny, that he didn't go on the streets and sell that crack and the jump out boys got him up in Jennings. The jump out boys didn't come out in Jennings on Wellston on him and gave him 30 years for a little pebbly rock in his hand, right? He changed the reality by saying, I did not sell that crack. I did not sell that crack cocaine. I did not sell that fentanyl. I didn't do none of that. And then him saying that is altering the time and space of the year 2006 or the year 2016. Changing it. Right? Through knowing how to master the words of power on the tongue, right? This is the other aspect that goes back to the Lord of power, right? Though the Lord of power in Sufism represents God, but we are lords of power. It's being extensions of that one power. That he is the El and we are the Elohim, right? He is the Anu and we are the Anunnaki, right? He is the Netta or the Amara and we are the Netaru, right? That the man who got 40 years for he killed his buddy, they was fighting over a woman, right? And now he's got 40 years, right? And I could teach that brother to say I did not kill nobody, right? And then that word will go back in time. That word of I didn't kill will go back in time and merge with his self of the past. His self of 2011. His self of 1994, right? And it will cause that thought to enter the consciousness of his past self to don't kill, right? Don't do that. Put down the pistol. And all of a sudden, just like on the Butterfly Effect movie, the past will transform, right? And And the brother will find himself at home with a wife and some children. Like, whoa, what happened? Because you got merged with the destiny that the devil stole from you, right? The lower self, not no devil in the ground with a pitchfork, right? But the frequencies that they put out into our community to cause the criminalizing frequencies that they put out into the community to basically to develop our lower self and keep silent and inactive our higher self, which is the God, which is Allah, Jah, Amun-Ra, the higher self, right? But I did not steal. I did not rob, right? I did not cheat the gods of their offerings, right? I did not eavesdrop, right? I did not disturb the peace, right? These are your negative confessions. When you say you did not do those things, you are programming time and space, right? You are programming time and space, right? But if you don't know how to use your words of power to program time and space, like you will program your phone or program your computer or program your sports car, right? Then you're gonna ding-a-ling through time and space, right? And get whatever lumps upside your head, whatever stuck karma that won't change because you ain't changing it. You know what I'm saying? Whatever destiny that's jacked up in the game, you're gonna eat it and you're gonna have to be happy about it, right? But if you ain't like that, you say, no, I don't want that. I'm gonna use the power of Khepra to transform that reality, right? I'm gonna transform that reality. The power's on your tongue, right? So this is the power that we're gonna be demonstrating, right? Like me, I want people to buy my tickets to my show. I got a show coming November the 13th, right? And I could do all type of worldly means, but I'm just gonna say 1 million people online buy my tickets. 1 million people online buy my live stream tickets. I ain't gonna try to find out where it's coming from, who's gonna do it. But I know I'm gonna get phone calls and emails and somebody gonna message me on Facebook. It could be a man, it could be a woman. I don't give a damn. I'm looking at the vehicles that the message is coming through. Be somebody in WhatsApp. It don't matter. We all are vehicles and we transmit the tools, right? Gifts, right? We all are answers of each other's prayers or for us initiates words of power. Right? I'm gonna say 1 million people buy my live stream tickets. Right? Now I just said it. I walk away. But in the name of Amun-Ra, 1 million people buy my live stream tickets. You ain't even got to come to the show. Buy my live stream tickets. In the name of Amun-Ra, 1 million people buy. That's a command. Buy. Like when the storm came and it was about to flip over the boat and the disciples were shaking in their boots, waking the man that you know is Jesus up. Oh, the storm about to swallow us up. And what did he say to he said to them, you have so little faith, meaning you could have just let me be asleep because I'm charging my solar system. I'm in the shaman realm talking with the prophets, talking with Abraham, Moses, and the rest of them. I mean, even prophets to come like Muhammad, you know what I'm saying, and different individuals, Prophet Noble Ali, people that didn't even exist yet. You interrupted me to handle this situation. I put the power of God on all 12 of your tongues. So he said to the storm that was raging, acting a fool, peace be still. He said to the storm, peace be still. And what did he do? He shut the mouth of the storm. I mean, he told the storm to shut its mouth like it was a little baby. Right? And you have the power to shut the mouth of the storm in your community when they shooting up and popping everything in your community. You could say all guns in the hands of these young men disappeared. This ain't gonna work, Lordy, Lordy, Lordy. Cause if you do this, you're gonna get some elites that's gonna come in and answer your prayers to God over yourself. But we're gonna command. We're gonna command. Say all these young men with guns in the name of Amun-Ra. All these men with guns, these young men running wild with these illegal guns in the city of St. Louis, in the city of Chicago, in the city of Cleveland, in the city of Atlanta. All the guns disappear. Right? People wake up without their guns. They go, where they come from? Where our guns go? Right? Now, not denying the Second Amendment, if you got your lawfully registered peace, right? And you got your home, and you got your wife, your queen, whatever, and you be responsible. I'm not talking about that to disappear, right? Because you never know when the white sheets may come through, and we're going to have to defend self. You never know what happened, right? As a Black Panther, I'm all about self-defense. But all this killing going on, we can command that out of existence, right? We can command black on black crime out of existence. We can command poverty and sickness out of existence. I got to a point that I realized that they was doing what they was doing, forcing the mark of the beast with the jabs. I start commanding the coronavirus out of existence. I said coronavirus. I command the coronavirus out of existence. And I'm not saying I'm the only brother that said it. I was mostly lining up with the other gods and goddesses around the world that was commanding that thing out of existence. All right? That we create our own heaven or hell. This is why as a God, we don't accept anything. We don't accept any beat down of our character. Because we build ourselves up like the atoms build itself up to be a material substance, like the cells of your body builds itself up to be this body, right? So we get out the hunger stage into the fulfillment stage. Right now we like the tiger and the lions I taught you that ate the man up, right? But we're going to be like that man who put his hands up to the lions, right? And shut the mouth of the lions and spiritually, telekinetically kick the lions in the ass, right? Made them gone somewhere, right? No disrespect to the lions because a lion is the symbol of my political party. But I'm just saying, we have to have the power. We have power over all dominion. And either we're going to rule as gods, rule as goddesses, rule collectively as God, or we will be slaves and food for the beast, right? And we are looking for, as the Nubian Sufis, as we also bring about the cosmic Sufis, who represent Sufis of all races and nationalities, all up under the UTBA banner, right? We are looking to bring people together so we can create a heaven on earth reality. Like Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad said, we're not looking for a pie in the sky when we die. We're looking for a heaven on the ground while we still around, right? So we want to see a planet. We want to help in our alchemy. Our alchemy is to bring about, or the science of the black man, which is alchemy. We bring it about a ministry that wants everybody on the planet Earth to evolve back into being gods and goddesses, whether they white, Asian, Latino, doesn't matter the color. Because I just can't say I want Black America to regain our collective divinity as the Olmec empires, the Shang dynasty, and all this as ancient Kemet, the Moors, right? I can't say that and then leave everybody else out the mix of becoming gods and goddesses, because then that means I'm opening the door for demons and devils to hop in and out of people and cause the chaos that we've been suffering for the past 500 years. So we want to see a planet Earth where everybody are going through the alchemy and becoming gods and goddesses, right? So there will be no room for any devilish satanic elites to exist. These elites that's moving as devils, blood sucking and creating eugenics and depopulation and all this stuff, manipulating the stock market and all this so they can stand in power and sit on the seats of the gods. They won't be able to sit on no seats. Those seats will be on fire. They will have to get up because they can't sit on divine fire, right? Because you got a whole planet of gods and goddesses. And no demons or devils will be able to exist in a planet that is filled with nothing but gods and goddesses. They won't be able to exist, and they won't be able to go to another planet because it's God's only. Those all planets are created by the gods, right? They will just have to dissolve out of existence because they won't have nowhere to go. Now, if they decide to go live on the moon, that's probably the most they're going to be able to get. Evolve to the wicked elite, get a space shuttle and go live, or get their own rocket ship and go to the moon. That's as much as they're going to get, because the gods and goddesses, they own all the planets, all of the planets that's been created. It was because it was gods that came before them, created these planets so their children, trillions of years in the future, will be able to live and rule those planets and prosper from the natural resources. Planet Earth was created by the gods and goddesses of the Taurus constellation. And it was for their descendants to rule as the caliph was over. Not for no other people that was only on the scene 6,000 years and won't get off the seat of the gods. Right? They shaking it. They shaking the beast, the dragon, and their little devils and Satans off the seats of the gods. So we got to get our minds right so we can go get our throne. As it said in the Holy Quran, said the believers will be sitting on thrones. What are those thrones? Those thrones are state capitals. And the paradise is our society that is free of guns, for real. Free of the money system where rent is free. There's free housing, free healthcare. There's no more wars. Just like the Star Trek the Star Trek future, when they say in Star Trek they don't got no on Earth at the 24th century. They don't have no wars. They don't use money. It's basically a paradise. So we talking about that type of situation. And those who have, manipulated off of using frequencies, so it'll cause men and women to commit crimes, and that's what keep the police institution going. That's going to be done because there's not going to be no crime, because the whole planet is going to be up under Maya. The whole planet is going to be up under righteousness, right? So that's my words. Until next time, family, peace and blessings to you all. The power is on your tongue. If you want to become a part of the Nubian Sufi Empire, gods and goddesses, if you're African American and you want to be the Nubian Sufi, this is your birthright. But if you are my brothers and sisters, my friends and families of other races and ethnic groups, and you say, well, I want to, I know I'm not Nubian, so I'm not going to try to, do that, you know what I'm saying? But can I be a cosmic Sufi? So the door is open for cosmic Sufis of all races and nationalities. And just for some of you all that just want to support us, you know what I'm saying, and basically the UTBA, we welcome your support. And I'm also letting you know that I am with the Republican Party. I already spoke about the Republican Party. I'm with the Republican Party, but I'm not with the GOP. I'm with the UTBA, which is a new party. And so we're going to be working on a lot of things once we announce the campaign. And I will be going on the radio and television as an artist. You know what I'm saying? That's pushing the Republican Party. I'm going as the artist first. Then next year I'm gonna unveil myself as a candidate to the general public. So um, that is a factor, in and the reason why is because we're going up under the UTBA, in which draws forth from Benjamin Banneker. So we call it the Benjamin Banneker Political Party, and it's knowledge that we teach that George Washington betrayed the trust of Benjamin Banneker, because Benjamin Banneker gave the American colonies Anunnaki technology that beat Britain. They would not even beat Britain if this Nubian Sufi man, if this Moor, this scientist, this alchemist, this Moor scientist, or this Nubian Sufi man, if he didn't give George Washington the technology from the Anunnaki, they would not have won against Britain. America wouldn't got its independence. So in 1776, when they got their independence and celebrated and all that, Black America, who fought alongside with white America, we were supposed to go 50-50 and we get our independence as well. So they got their red, white, and blue flag, and every 4th of July expect Black America to do this. And a lot of our people not understanding knowledge of self, this is a disrespect to our ancestors who still remain slaves even after America or white America got its independence. We were supposed to get our own flag at the same time that George Washington had Betty Ross sew up their flag. We were supposed to have Sister Tamika, you know what I'm saying? Or if she's straight from Africa, Sister Rashida Day, you know what I'm saying, was supposed to be putting our flag together at the same time. And so we was portrayed as like saying we're going to go do a hostile takeover of this corporation because they're unjust and they're ripping off our salaries and our pensions. So me and my white buddy, we're going to come together and we're going to go, we work for the company and we're going to buy up all this stock, get all our family that work on board and all our friends that work in the company to put their money together and they stock in their investments. And we saw a dip in a major dip in the stock. Now we all going to buy collectively and we're going to split down the middle this corporation. And then after everything is said and done, my buddy ended up taking the business for himself and saying that he's the sole CEO and I can work there, but I'm going to be the janitor. I'm going to be 20 floors down and he's 20 floors up. And so that was the betrayal because Benjamin Banneker gave George Washington the Masonic way of how to build a whole city, and they patterned Washington D.C. off of Kemet, the obelisk. And so we as Black America, a lot of my family and friends, I'm just saying family because I'm saying everybody family, but in that sense, but a lot of people from other countries that come here, you look at Black people like y'all, they lazy, they don't want to work, they just want to hang out, and that's the perception that we been perceived as or get shown out to the whole world. Not the world not understanding that we was worked regularly for 400 years. You know what I'm saying? So we should be able to rest for real. We should be on vacation for 400 years, right? But we was put right back into the workforce and then given crumbs. And this goes into the Reconstruction when we was supposed to have been freed by Abraham Lincoln, and later the Reconstruction came about. There were Black men who were coming fresh out of the cotton fields and running for Congress, running for Senate, right? We was a lot of foreign people that come here, even Black foreigners from Cuba and Jamaica. They see regular Blacks and say they lazy, but every time we kept getting gypped out of our self-determination. And with the Reconstruction, that was brought about, government funds that was brought in to help build the South, and also the restitution to those who was come out of slavery, so we can build for ourselves, and we start to become senators and congressmen, and we start going out and we built. There was no St. Louis, there was no Chicago. Black America built St. Louis. Black America built Chicago and a lot of the major cities. Even they speak about they speak about they speak about the the Manhattan, the graveyards, of former slaves in Manhattan or at Central Park, and they built New York over us, right? So whatever we basically had established, we did it up on the Republican Party, under the Reconstruction, in groups like the Ku Klux Klan, who were up under the Democrats, worked day and night to put an end to the Reconstruction, and got one of their own people in as a president to repeal the efforts. These are your black Republican senators in Congress during the time of Reconstruction, right? Coming fresh out the cotton fields, start building towns, building our own towns for ourselves. We had our own banks and everything. What do you think the Tulsa, Oklahoma slaughter was about? That was a whole black town, independent black town with their own banks, own schools. Why would we have to live in a ghetto? Why would we have to live in a north side or south side or a ghetto area in any given city and have to be integrated into getting what we had in our own towns? We didn't have no ghettos. We didn't have no hoods in our own towns during the through the 1900s. I mean, the 1900s to the early 20s. By the early 20s, all our towns were decimated. All our black towns were decimated, and then if we wanted to survive, we would have to live in white towns, but live in the dirt ball bottom of their towns. And then we try to move out closer where they at. You're not welcome. They try to, like you saw the movie, one of the movies with Sidney Poitier. They moved out into a neighborhood, and it was asked to get out of the neighborhood. They'd buy the house, get out this neighborhood, move in the 50s. But we wouldn't have to worry about none of that if our towns were not messed with. And so, dealing with my party, the UTBA, we're bringing back the point. We bringing back what was supposed to been promised to Benjamin Banneker of Black America coming out of slavery up under England, to have our own government. Here go our flag, have our southern government, and then that we was jacked out of that and made and kept into slavery for a new government that we helped set up. And then going nearly 100 years later with the Reconstruction. You know what I'm saying? With the actually over 100 years with the Reconstruction effort to build our towns, and how certain powers were brought forth to shut that down, right? So no one can tell me, oh, you can't run for Congress and then run for Senate, and you talking about and you say that you represent black people. You got to represent all people. But you don't say it to the LGBTQ when they came and got all their lobbyists and got all their people and going up before Obama, then after him going up before Biden, and they start saying we are politically representing the gay and lesbian community. Now they talking about, now we represent the trans community. You don't tell them that they got to be singled out only for everybody, so nobody won't feel left out. You don't tell the European Jews who's got councils, who's been bankrolling presidents for decades, bankrolling policies. You don't tell them that they can't represent the European Jew community in politics. So you can't tell this black man that I can't represent Black America as a congressman, that I can't represent Black America as a senator. Because me representing Black America is not gonna make me be a derelict to representing all Americans in this country. Because the freedom, justice, and equality that I want for my people, I want for everybody, right? And that's the reason why we as gods and goddesses got to go into politics. So we can start putting the words of God back into legislation. Because we come from a land where there is no separation of God and state or church and state. They're one. That's theocracy. Democracy is people rule. But what type of people is ruling? Is a beastly or a savage type of people ruling, or a righteous type of people? So we rather say God, and that collectively represent this divine power moving through people. Putting out policies that's lined up with the laws of Ma'at, not lined up with the pockets of billionaire eugenists and the populists in freaks and sex distortional sex pervert freaks out of Europe that just happen to be wealthy, and they want to put out sexual deviant customs on everybody else so they can feel comfortable being freaks. We talking about the word of God coming into politics, right? So we can create a legislation that's going to bring about a heaven on earth, right? And that's all going to be through you, family. With that, I say Heko Tep.